Good morning, everyone, and welcome to AVIXA TV. We're back at it again, broadcasting live from the AVIXA Exchange booth here at Infocom on the last day. But we've got so much ahead for you. So I'm Samantha Powell with AVIXA.
And I'm Ben Thomas, host of Market Scales Pro AV Today. It is day 3 here, Sam. It's sad but exciting because we've seen so many wonderful things. There's so many wonderful people here at the show this year. But this is one of my favorite segments because we have 3 industry titans on the show today. Who is our first guest, Sam?
Well, our first guest needs no introduction. He is AVIXA's very own fearless leader, our CEO, and one of the coolest people I know in the AV industry, Mr. Dave Labuskes. Thank you so much, Dave, for taking time out of your busy schedule to sit down with us today.
Good morning. I'll take time out of any schedule when somebody calls me one of 3 titans with your next.
Look at that. It's the truth, though.
Yeah.
It's the truth, though.
We won't tell you who the other 2 are, but you know. Well, thanks again for joining us. So I think it's fair to say being here at Infocom, it's food for the soul, and it just feels so great to be back with everyone in the AV community and to be in person and see all of the AV magic that's here on the floor. Can you just share with us how you feel about being back back at Infocom? I can speak, and what Infocom means to you and to the AV industry as a whole.
Yeah, food for the soul, right? Let's start there. I mean, it's our industry is an industry that's all about people. I mean, it's technology, but it's about putting different parts of technology together to create a solution. And nothing in AV is done without a team of people. And this week is the physical manifestation of our industry. It's the jolt in the arm, it's the food for the soul, it's the energy, it's the double shot espresso. However you look at it, this has been a re-energization of the industry. I feel it. I'm so pumped up. I'm ready to do it again next week.
Well, Dave, you talked about AV being about the people and Infocom and AVIXA being about the people in the community. Not only the new people who are joining the community from the collegiate and high school ranks, but new industries too. What are some of those, or who are some of those new industries that you're seeing at Infocom this year?
Yeah, that's the AV community, right? That's been an exciting part of my position is seeing that community evolve, seeing how it morphs through time. And clearly, the pandemic has elevated AV to be an absolutely mission-critical aspect of every organization's technology. But a lot of the people that are doing AV today don't even know that they are doing AV. And a lot of the work that we're doing as an association is to reach out to those individuals and introduce ourselves. They want the expertise, they want the knowledge that will help them be successful with applying our solutions, but they aren't absolutely certain where to go, and it's certainly not where they have traditionally gone to develop their IT skills. So that's a perfect part of what this is. A lot of companies are bringing people here for the first time this year to see AV, to understand AV. Then they'll leave from here and dive into building expertise and knowledge.
No, well, that's perfect. And so obviously Infocom is one of those ways that we're getting those communities that were once siloed, together. What other ways do you think we can get those different communities engaged?
Well, I think all of our events are an on-ramp to engagement, but clearly we've all learned that we also need to be able to engage outside of the physical space. And the AVIXA Exchange community that we've launched and brought forth this week in particular is the place where people will be able to continue these connections. It's not the same as the conversations in the hallway and all of us being stopped 37 times on the way between West Hall and North Hall, but it is close, and it really gives us all an opportunity to keep those relationships alive. And those relationships are at the core of the knowledge sharing that takes place.
Well, Dave, we talk about some of these newer AV communities as well, whether they're entering through the exchange or just through different ways in the industry. The challenge of someone who's a little bit more seasoned in AV versus maybe a new IT integrator who has not ever been in AV is that there's a massive knowledge gap, right? So the education that we need to do with our long-term integrators and partners looks different than maybe the IT communities and some of the newer education communities. How do you guys approach that as an AVIXA team to help educate those newer communities?
We are developing essentially bespoke education products and programs for those audiences. There are a number of programs out there to teach AV people IT, right? What is needed to fill that gap is how do you teach IT people what AV is and the priorities and the capabilities. So none of the IT fundamentals go away when you're talking about AV. You still need cybersecurity. You still need a reliable network. You still need to be able to manage traffic across that reliable network. But what AV brings to that solution set or requirement set is audibility, visual, the context of background noise, and the alignment and synchronization of audio and video signals. And that's areas that somebody that came in through a traditional IT networking background isn't necessarily going to be sensitive to. And it's actually pretty easy to teach by just demonstrating when it's bad, right? Once we know what's bad, then we can make it good. And once people have experienced good, and this I think is at the core of our industry, once people have experienced good, they want good, right? Whether it's good food, good suit, good car, whatever it is, once you've had good, you want it.
Yeah. Well, Dave, we've got about a minute left, but we can't let you leave without taking a pull of the AVIXA Slot Machine 5000. I guess that's what we ran with. Let's run it and see what we come up with this time.
The question is, what is the most interesting new technology?
There you go. What is the most interesting new technology that you've seen this week?
Besides that, little
Besides
slide.
the wonderful
There?
Slot
Yeah.
5000.
No, I have never and won't ever answer this question. I won't. It's cool that it's there. This is like asking me which of my two boys I like more. I am so excited about all the technology that is here. What I'm excited most about is not the technology, but the application of the technology and how our exhibitors are reaching out and using technology to create scenes and demonstrate the application of it rather than just talking about the box or the kit. So I find that fascinating.
Well, thank you for sharing. If you picked one of your favorite sons, we wouldn't tell them. So,
Just tell us when you're off.
yeah, we'll talk about that afterwards. But thank you so much again for sitting down with us and being such a great leader in our AV industry. So thank you again for taking the time, Dave.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for asking.
Thank you. Well, now why don't we take some time to see my final ride in the Teslas with our contestants at the Tesla Trivia Challenge.
I'm here with Lauren with Windy City Wire. Lauren, are you ready to take the Tesla Trivia Challenge?
I think so. Let's do it.
Let's go for it. You're going to do fantastic.
All right, come on.
Impersonators of what famous entertainer are often requested to officiate weddings in Las Vegas?
Elvis.
Correct. There are 3 professional sports teams in Las Vegas. Can you name them? 1 point for each.
The Golden Knights.
Correct.
Pass.
Okay. How many inches of rain does Las Vegas get annually? Hint, it's under 10.
7.
4. How many gallons of water are filtered through the Bellagio fountains every day? 500,000, 5 million, or 50 million?
50 million.
5 million. What famous boxer made a cameo in the movie The Hangover?
Pass.
Okay. In the movie Ocean's 11, which 3 casinos were robbed? 1 point for each answer.
The MGM.
Correct.
Bellagio.
Correct.
Mirage.
Good job. Standing at 550 feet tall, the high roller in Las Vegas is the world's 2nd largest what?
Ferris wheel.
Correct. The newest addition to the Las Vegas Convention Center is a hall that carries the name of which cardinal direction?
West.
Correct. What major sports event is set to close portions of the Las Vegas Strip in November 2023?
Formula One.
Correct. How many members of the Rat Pack can you name? 1 point for each.
Frank Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., Dean Martin.
3 points. Nobody knows the other two. That's fine. The most expensive hotel room in Las Vegas costs how much per night? $25,000, $50,000, or $100,000?
50.
100,000.
It is time to announce the results of the Vegas Loop Tesla Trivia Challenge. In third place, Allison, with 10 points. She did great. She's funny, which is good for everybody else. In second place, we have Lauren with 12 points. And naturally, John, you're our winner with 13 points. Congratulations.
Do I get the Tesla? Is that what I get?
Yes, that's the thing. He doesn't get the Tesla. Don't tell him that. Hey, thank you guys so much for joining us. It's been so much fun having you here. We are looking forward to the rest of the show out here at InfoComm 2022. That was the cutest thing I've ever seen in my life. That was a lot of fun. Thanks again to the Vegas Convention Center and Conventions Bureau for giving us access to shoot down there. It was a lot of fun.
Definitely.
You know, we talked about industry titans. We have two industry queens with us next. We have Gina Sanzavero and Miss Corey Schaefer. I guess, can we say formerly of QSC, is that?
No, I'm still QSC
She's
till
still
the end
at
of the month.
QSC, okay. And Gina's with Atlas IED, two absolutely fantastic and wonderful companies here at InfoComm this year. We're talking about collaboration in AV, and look, we thought we'd bring on the two queens of AV to talk about just that. Look, guys, we're excited to have you here. How's the show been so far for you, Gina?
It's been an excellent show. It feels, as you can hear from my voice, it feels almost normal again, right? It feels like we are so close to 2019, you can touch it. But we've also evolved as an industry, and that's what I love to see. So we're in West Hall, which is the new hall, and I can't tell you how exciting it was to see those doors open and that flood of people come in on day one. My goodness, it was amazing. And just that surge of energy that follows. It's like a wind tunnel of energy. I loved it.
Definitely. All right, hopefully you can hear me. We're good. Okay, we can hear you, so.
I'm so glad.
Yes. So with conferencing and collaboration and everything that we've gone through with the pandemic, and obviously we've all been using platforms to communicate virtually, there's definitely been more of a focus on the end user. Can you speak a little bit to that in terms of the conferencing and collaboration platforms that we're using?
Yeah, I'll jump in and just say you've got a couple of panelists here that not only believe in collaboration, but from the day we met, we were all about collaboration, right? Because we know that when we collaborate, we learn a lot, and it really helps us individually evolve. So when Gina and I first met, it was actually at an InfoComm event, and really the rest is history, but the collaboration has continued over the years. With end users, I'm also a big proponent of getting end users to collaborate, right? Because if you're a large global end user and you have a set of standards, you've gone through a lot of time and effort and proof of concept, et cetera, to validate your standards. And our AV community is about collaboration and sharing, and I've seen so many end users help other end users learn from what they've done and tested so that it helps their learning curve just shoot up. So yesterday I was meeting with Intuit. I saw eBay walk by, and they both just stopped, and the collaboration began. And it's like, hey, what do you think is the coolest thing at the show? And hey, are you guys still using XYZ? And oh, you changed, why? And let's talk about standards for a moment too. Many of them went through all this work to get standards, but in this last 18 months, standards are out the window. It's just all about what can I get, right? But we're going to get back to standards as well. But collaboration is just so critical to help. Technology is so fast, so we've got to move the learning curve up.
Definitely.
You know, Gina, one of the more exciting things that I've seen, especially at a show like InfoComm, is that, you know, AV used to be very hide the secret sauce, hide the proprietary information. Now it's almost like everybody's sharing everything that they can, even between competitors. Talk a little bit about how that collaboration has actually helped the industry.
Well, and I think Corey has a great position because that whole idea of partnerships, that whole idea of building a community, regardless of where you sit within that community, so important to our industry. Dave was just on talking about AV, IT, education, educating IT people about, you know, AV doesn't change IT. It just gives them a little bit more of a handle on what to expect and how to implement and design. For our community, the strength really is not in that black magic. Oh, sorry. But it really is in the people. It really is in the innovation. It really is in the ability to kind of grow and piece more fortification together. So I think that partnerships have become really important now because of supply chain, because of the things that we've been seeing in the industry, because of the uncertainty of the economy. Those partnerships help to fortify this industry, just as diversity helps to fortify this industry, just like inclusion helps to fortify this industry. So exclusion is never good for anybody. Propriety is never good for anybody when you're trying to weather storms.
Excellent point. And I'm just going to add, the end user needs us to collaborate, right? Yes. Because they don't want one manufacturer to provide all for all the reasons Gina just mentioned. And we can follow IT. We're seeing collaboration in IT, right? Microsoft Teams collaborates with Zoom, right?
Absolutely.
So end users will be better served when we think about what is in their best interest versus what is in our best interest, right?
Well, we can't let you guys leave without another pull of the AVIXA Slot 5000. Look, hopefully we get a straight answer this time. I don't know where Dave is, but I got to go find him.
Oh, yeah.
See if I can crack a real answer out of him. But let's roll it. Let's spin that thing one more time.
Gina, we got this.
I think so.
The question is, what is the most challenging AV trend?
Oh, you got the heater. Corey, we'll kick it off. What's the most challenging AV trend right now?
Diversity.
Very short and sweet, but honestly, I 100% agree with you.
Yep. I mean, I can't even agree more. It's one of those things that Corey so poignantly put yesterday at the AVIXA Women's Council breakfast. She said her one disappointment, I'm not going to say regret, although I think you did.
I did.
Her one disappointment is that in her 30 years in the industry, they went from 6% to 14% of women in the industry from a demographic standpoint, and that it should be at 52%.
Yeah.
Right? It should be similar to the world demographics, and I think that you are so right on with that, and I think we have such a long way to go, but we have the people here to do it.
Yeah.
Well, all of our future ladies in AV have two great people to look up to. Absolutely. Gina and Corey, thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Thank you for asking.
Hey, and we talk about AV in Vegas. We have our last episode of the show today, spotlighting the newest installation of the LED screens over at The Link. Check it out.
The Link is part of the Caesars entertainment portfolio of hotels and resorts that caters very much towards a younger consumer. This is a very challenging project at The Link. We're taking one of the oldest buildings in Las Vegas and turning it into the next generation entertainment environment with a lot of new cool technology. We chose McCann Systems, and McCann ultimately led us to Unilumen, and as you can see, the product has been great for us.
McCann Systems was involved with the Caesars Link Sportsbook from design to implementation. We worked very closely with them to come up with the right technologies to put in the spaces that Caesars required to have the best customer experience.
This was a really ambitious install, and McCann Systems and Unilumen helped take it from incubation all the way to ribbon cutting.
There were numerous challenges related to this project in bringing the Link to life. One was that we had to find new emerging technology that really didn't exist in the commercial environment.
Traditionally, we see LED displays being mounted in very basic formats, wall-mounted, 16:9 aspect ratios. At the Link, what our challenge was is to create very unique geometries that helped shape a space and bring people in and help guide them through. As you approach the facility from the southwest side of the Las Vegas Boulevard, there are some large outdoor marquees that kind of beckon you to come inside. As you transcend into the southwest entrance, we have a LED tunnel, LED that goes up the wall, across the ceilings, and kind of creates this very immersive feel. As you then transcend into the casino, we have a bunch of 3D ceiling features that are strategically placed throughout the ceiling, not only to entice you, but also to help act as a wayfinding to kind of continue your journey through the property.
We have everything in here from interactive artwork to lights that are controlled by the artwork, so the mood of the casino changes. The LED screens even celebrate with you when you hit a jackpot, and they celebrate in the whole casino with you. It's a unique space that's never been done before.
The guest experience at the book is not just entertaining, but also very functional for sports betting, for relaxing and watching a game, or just simply enjoying the atmosphere.
So the book is our brand new sports viewing experience that's unlike anything else you've ever seen before. You control up to 6 screens, you can control your own audio, you can play Xbox, you can watch games in virtual reality, you can even play field goal kicking competitions right off of your drink coasters. It's an unbelievable experience, something you've never seen at any other sports bar or restaurant you've been to. That's the new book experience. Our guests love these displays because when you walk by a casino, these are things you don't normally see when you walk by the space or you walk down the Las Vegas Strip. They see this full, bright, vibrant atmosphere.
I think what makes this project stand out from other installations is the variety of different types of LED used and really the content that was put on those displays.
A project like this has never been done before. It's the most ambitious casino build, especially from an AV standpoint, in the world right now.
At the end of the day, what we created was an experience that is non-linear, non-repetitive, and very different than what folks are used to seeing. By partnering with Unilumin, we were able to look at the areas, identify what we wanted to do, and then build brand new products that didn't necessarily exist at the time to allow us to fit that need.
All right, and welcome back, everybody, to the end of this show.
This morning
We've only got
show.
one
Yeah.
more left after this. I don't know, Sam. That's a little sad.
It's a little bittersweet.
Yeah. Look, I will plug this though. Our finale episode of BenfoCom, documenting my weird adventures in Las Vegas, will air this afternoon, so be sure to tune in for that. Sam, what else does everybody have to look forward to?
Well, we definitely want to check out what's still left on the technology innovation stage. There's still a lot of information that we're sharing and products that we're featuring. So
We'll be out there too.
oh yes, we will be. So you definitely don't want to miss that. That's at 2:30.
2:30 Pacific, I believe.
2:30
Yeah.
Pacific time. So, well, let's go ahead and take a look at what's coming up in the technology innovation stage.
Welcome back, everyone. At 9:30 a.m., join IFMA's Workplace Evolutionaries as they present Hybrid Work, What Lies Ahead. As much of the workforce is returning back to the office, this panel will discuss the changing role of the hybrid workspace. Then, dive back into the metaverse and gain insights into what live events look like now and what they can look like in the future with the advancement of both augmented and virtual reality technologies during the session, Live Events and the Metaverse, taking place at 12 p.m. noon. If you want to get ahead of the game and prepare for future hybrid workforce technology needs, then you'll absolutely want to check out the Facilities Manager Technology Roadmap, and that session is taking place at 1:30 p.m. And finally, come back to the technology innovation stage one last time at 2:30 p.m. to hear my AVIXA TV co-host Ben Thomas with Market Scale and I recap takeaways from InfoComm. Can't wait to see you there.
The future of work will be fluid, dynamic, and cloud-powered, with experiences that allow us to be there from anywhere at any time, with meetings that you can join seamlessly, that bring us together, that are inclusive, and everyone clearly represented. We see a future where meetings are immersive and spaces are designed around people, bringing everyone together around the same virtual table, even if they're not in the room. And dynamic meeting views that keep everyone connected to the content and each other. And everyone can connect face to face wherever they are with intelligent gesture recognition that uses AI to recognize physical cues, like when people want to speak and when they've spoken. With interactive experiences like collaborative chats that complement meetings. And where presenters can stand out in front of their content. And rich interactive experiences, such as digital canvases, to unleash group creativity. Meetings of the future will be more intelligent, so you can disconnect when you need to, knowing AI-powered tools have got you covered with follow-ups and action items. Our vision for meetings is grounded in a simple belief. They should offer so much more than a one-time transaction, with intelligent tools and experiences that you can access before, during, and after to keep collaboration moving in the flow of work. Meetings of the future will be designed for everyone, offering the best of both worlds, whether you're in the room or across the globe.
Joining us on the Technology Innovation stage, Kay Sargent.
Hello, hello. How is everyone today? You guys are still here on a Friday. That's good, right? And it's the first session of the morning, so that means you weren't out being too crazy last night. So my name is Kay Sargent. I am the Global Director of Workplace at HOK, which is a large architectural firm. And we wanted to give you a little bit of perspective today about the workplace and what lies ahead and what we see, because we're designing those spaces and working with clients that are designing spaces that you all are going to be putting all your information and technology in. So all three of us, by the way, up on stage are members of IFMA's Workplace Evolutionaries. IFMA, International Facility Management Association. So we are all very active and involved in that, and so we're constantly working with clients to figure out what they need to be doing in their spaces and their facilities to really prepare for the workplace of the future. So that's kind of the perspective that we're bringing. And actually, I'm going to go back because I'm going to let Christina introduce herself and then Mike introduce himself. So Christina.
Okay, my name is Christina DeBono, and I'm the founder and president of ClearTech. So I'm, like many of you, in the AV integration world. In addition to that, I'm on the board of directors of NSCA and a co-leader in the IFMA Workplace Evolutionaries group in Southern California.
Very cool.
DJ
Hey folks, how are you? Mike Petresky. Although some of you could call me DJ Mike P. If you listen to my podcast, it's called the Workplace Innovator Podcast. I do a weekly show. You can find it on all the normal platforms. I have conversations with industry leaders in the world of facility management, corporate real estate, AV, HR, IT, bring all those silos together in a collaborative way. So we do it with a lot of fun, a lot of personality conversations. Kay's been a multiple guest. You'll see her personality in a second, and it's fantastic. And then we want to talk about the human side of all of this. You know, all this great technology is wonderful, but what do people need and what do they want, and how can we figure all that out as leaders in our workplaces? And that's what I like to talk about. So can't wait to get into the conversation, Kay.
All right, so we're going to start by giving you just a little bit of perspective as far as what it is that we are seeing right now. So we just spent a lot of time with corporate heads of real estate and with the CEOs, and there are 5 things that are top of mind for them right now. So I'm just going to put them all up there. The number one issue that they're dealing with right now is the health, safety, and welfare of the workforce. If that wasn't the case, we never would have left the office in the first place. The second thing is remote work. And how are we first getting people to be able to do it? And now how are we getting people maybe to stop doing it? Because now all of a sudden everybody is kind of immersed in that world. And what is the right balance? Who can, who should, who shouldn't? How do we get people back? I will tell you from the roundtables that we're hosting right now, most CEOs are not seeing the return to office that they desire, but they're afraid to mandate that people come back because there's such a war for talent right now. But they also are afraid for their organization's long-term continuity and resiliency don't. So they're in a conundrum right now that is a difficult one for them to deal with, and we're going to address that a little bit in our discussion. The third thing, of course, is that business resiliency. Now, you're going to see a lot in the news right now about the disconnect between the C-suite and the workforce. And the C-suite is getting skewered. But I'm going to say that the C-suite goes home every night and worries about, will the business survive? Will it continue? And will we be able to innovate and do all those things that we need to? The workforce isn't necessarily thinking along those lines. They're thinking more specifically around what it is that they want. Because for a long time, they haven't had any choice at all. So the pendulum has swung wildly to one side. But we actually believe that it should be somewhere in the middle, because we have to worry about the business surviving, but we also want to meet the needs of the workforce so that they are fulfilled, energized, and more sustainable. All right, the fourth thing is the purpose of place. And I'm going to argue that for years, we've designed the office like it was a place you had to go to. In fact, I've been a practicing designer for 37 years. When I first started, there were no fax machines, no computers in the offices, no cell phones, no internet. You had to go to the office to do those types of work. But we don't have to do that anymore. And so a whole new question has arisen around what actually really is the purpose of place today, and how do we draw people to want to be there? Oh, and then the last one, sorry, I jumped too fast, is environmental, social, and governance. The environmental issues of sustainability, the social dynamics that we're dealing with today, all of those things are top of mind. So these are the 5 things that are keeping the C-suite up at night right now as we go forward. So real quickly, some things that we're seeing. Mike, I'm going to come over here because this screen has it and that one doesn't, so I don't mean to stand in front of you. I apologize. Many companies are looking to increase their office presence and to adopt hybrid work. You're going to see some specific statistics around that. In large metropolitan areas like New York City, London, the return to the office is much less than what people planned. Those cities are struggling because, to be honest, return to the office starts with return to the city. And if people aren't comfortable using mass transit or with safety or with any other issues that our cities are struggling with right now, that is a barrier that many companies are having a hard time getting over. What we're also seeing is an emergence of a hub-home-spoke model where people can work in a variety of different settings. And quite frankly, we've been doing this organically for a long time, but now it's just kind of a more formalized approach. Companies that have started their return to work initially saw about 10 to 30% return. And actually for many, it actually hit about 30% and then it dropped back down because the vibe in the office wasn't necessarily what people expected, right? They expected to go back, but then they felt like they were working on a Saturday because not all their other colleagues were there, and so it just kind of felt weird. And so they didn't necessarily stay and stick. So they have not seen the return that they anticipated or wanted. They also are incredibly worried about attracting and retaining the best talent because there is a massive war for talent right now. And so they're worried about how do they attract the best. Many clients are also starting to think about how do we leverage our real estate more intelligently, right? So you've heard some say that they're getting rid of tons of square footage. I'm going to argue that the companies that are getting rid of lots of square footage are doing it for 2 reasons. Number 1, they had too much square footage to begin with before the pandemic. And this has just given them an opportunity to actually address something that they've needed to do for a long time. Or number 2, they've gone in hard on remote work and or hybrid work and aren't anticipating people to come back to the same numbers that they were before. And so what's happening right now is that people aren't going to be in the office every day, that we're seeing an increase in you're coming in to meet with people, so we're going to have more gathering spaces, or activity-based working where if you're only there a day or 2 a week, do you really need a 200 square foot office or a dedicated spot for you because you're not really there? And so we're seeing a big increase in that kind of shifting of the way that we work. Organizations are rethinking and reallocating square footage to create better experiences. Again, you can no longer just assume people have to come to the office. We have to entice them to want to be in that office and think about what we can offer them. Many are looking to shed space. Co-working is starting another resurgence right now to mixed success. And we have a lot of developers that are starting to create flex offices, which are kind of like prepackaged suites that are ready to go for those people that need to come in or to get out of space more quickly. Developers are looking to create that kind of flex space. And there are some companies that are growing significantly. The tech companies, logistic companies, life science companies, they have gone through a massive boom in the last 2 years. And the healthcare sector has also gone through that, except right now, I would argue that the healthcare sector is still in a little bit of triage mode, right? They're dealing with the immediate crisis at hand. But when things calm down a little bit, as I think we all hope they do, then they're going to have a massive backlog and a massive amount of work that we already are starting to see them gear up for. And there's certain sectors, like the financial sector and the legal sector, that we've already heard are saying, come on back. We want you back at least 3 days, if not 5 days. And there are some that are allowing people to work more remotely for a period. A lot of the tech companies initially came out and said, we want people to come back. But then they started to see an exodus. And they started to see other companies like say, we'll give you flexibility. And so the dominoes started to fall. But I'm going to tell you, in my humble opinion, I believe they're lying to most people. because we are designing major campuses for every major tech company right now, and it's not because they expect those places to sit empty. If you look at who is gobbling up all the square footage, it is the tech companies. And so they're telling people, I believe, what they want to hear now to retain the workforce, but at the end of the day, their entire success is driven by people coming together and failing fast and that synergy. And I believe they have every intention of having people back because we are literally designing spaces right now to do so. So that's kind of a glimpse of what we're seeing right now. Now I want to share some other statistics with you. 52% of those surveyed basically said that they're going to start contracting their real estate to some degree. 9% expected the portfolio to stay the same, and 39% expected it to expand. You can imagine which companies fall into that 39 percentile, right? Those that we just talked about. That landlords right now are expecting tenants to kind of make big changes, but a lot of people are kind of nervous about what's happening. They don't want to spend a lot of money, and so they're just kind of dabbling around the edges. They're not doing a lot. And the economy isn't making anybody feel better about building new buildings and or taking on new debt, et cetera, because of everything. So there's a little bit of reluctance right now in the market to do that. The other thing that we're seeing is that 64% of employees surveyed said that they would quit if they had to go back to the office 5 days a week. Now, I've been around for a while and I've seen cycles, and we happen to be in a very employee-friendly cycle right now. But we will ebb maybe out of that in the future, and that number could change radically. But right now, the workforce is saying that this is what their desire is. And because of that, 6 out of 10 companies are saying that they expect that they will lose talent if they don't offer some flexibility. So how are we doing on this front? So you can look at this chart and see the blue is people that are saying they never want to return to the office, and the gray is those that are saying they rarely want to go. Who's leading the pack on this chart, guys? The US is one of the biggest ones that is saying this. And there's actually for good reason, because in the US, we actually have a sophisticated infrastructure that supports this, has the legislation that supports this, and a lot of people live in areas where they can do this. In Asia, people who have smaller dwelling units with multiple generations find going to the office a relief from that, and working from home has been very difficult. In parts of the world where you don't have the infrastructure to really support people working remotely, it is very difficult. Or in parts of the world where you are not allowed to work from home except under special conditions, it's very difficult. So it's by no surprise that the US is leading the charge in this one. The other thing that I'm going to say is that 36% of the workforce is now considered hybrid workers, and 53% think that they will. Now, who sees that number and thinks that's low? I think that's low. Okay, you know why it's low? I'll tell you why it's low. Because only 60% of the population in the US could even consider being a hybrid worker. So that's not 53% of 100, okay, it is, but 40% of the workforce in the United States is based, whether they're a service worker, they're a lab worker, they're a hospital worker, they don't even have the option to be a hybrid worker. They have to go to a place. So when you consider that 53% of the eligible 60%, that's now all of a sudden seems more in line with what you might have expected. So you got to put all these numbers kind of in context when you see some of these things. The other thing that we know is about 70% of clients right now, big end users, are thinking about adopting a hybrid method. Does that sound good to everybody? Okay. I'm going to tell you I'm worried. Because I don't know about you, but sometimes when you combine two things, it's not necessarily the best of both. Sometimes it's actually the worst of both. Okay. The other day I went to the office, sat in traffic, live outside of Washington, D.C., sat in traffic to get to the office, and the people that I went to meet with didn't come to the office that day, and so I sat on Zoom calls for 8 hours. That was the worst of both, and I was not pleased about either one of those scenarios. We have got to do this right, or it will go off the rails very, very quickly. Because what we know is that we all have had clients that have been working remotely for 30 years. We have clients that have been working in a hybrid manner for a long time. PricewaterhouseCoopers, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, they've been doing this for 10 plus years. But a lot of these companies, their remote work policies have gone off the rails because they didn't put the guidelines in place, or it started to erode culture, or you started to create a tiered society. So there are lessons and warning signs here that we need to pay attention to, because otherwise we're going to be looking back at this moment and realizing that we went in the wrong direction. So we want to make sure that we're doing this right. Now, 70% of companies also are saying that the office is the best place to focus on innovation and creativity. How many people out here are creating widgets? Probably some, because we are actually at a trade show where you guys create this, so that's okay. But most knowledge workers aren't making widgets. And so when we're thinking about productivity, that's not the only thing we should be thinking about. We need to think about the quality of what is being produced. And what nobody wants to tell you is quality has dropped, because people are working longer hours, statically sitting there on Zoom calls, multitasking. And they don't have people that they can reach out to, connect with, ask a question, transfer knowledge, etc. Quality is starting to diminish to some degree in certain sectors. The other thing that we know is it's not just about what you are producing. It's about innovation. It's about collaborating. It's about building social capital and trust. It's about connecting to the mission and having that sense of loyalty. And all of those things are things that are a little bit more challenged when we can't come together. You can do it, but it's a challenge. So, we also know that during the pandemic, on the low side, for organizations, on average, it's 25 to 30% of your employees were hired during the pandemic and have never been in an office with their colleagues or others individuals. So they're not necessarily, they don't understand the process or the culture or some of those things that you might get from being together more. And for some companies that are targeting like people right in their 20s, like a lot of the financial companies, they're realizing that 50% of their population has never been in shared spaces. And so that makes it really hard to onboard, to mentor, to coach, to identify, and we have to change the entire way that we're doing things, and we're no longer being able to manage by performance, which by the way we never should have been doing in the first place. We need to measure by presence. We shouldn't be doing. We want to measure by performance, which is what we should be doing. You didn't call me out. You looked at me funny, but you didn't call me out. By the way, I have 5 kids. You guys can call me out on stuff. You know that, right? Okay, you good? Okay, you ready now? Okay, now I tell you that, right? Okay, now you go. Okay. So, we believe that there are 5 key things that we need to be doing. We need to create an ecosystem of options, choices, and some control. That's what people want. They don't want to be told you have to do this, you have to do that, come sit here for 8 hours, you're stuck, whatever. They want a little bit of options, a little bit of choice, a little bit of control. We need to build back social connections, bond, and that social capital that is eroded. If you think about those connections that you have, and most of us, the more seasoned you are, probably the deeper the connections you are and the more ingrained you are. But for a younger generation that is just coming out of school, they don't have that same bank of social capital with other people, or that same network, or that same, who do I call when I have these issues? And so for them, they ran out of that a long time ago, and it's part of the reason why many of them are struggling and actually want to get back to the office. We need to think about professional development, growth, because proximity bias is a real thing. We need to worry about this. In 5 years, when companies have not met their DEI goals of having more minorities and more women and more individuals that have been marginalized in leadership roles, when we haven't met those goals, we're going to look right back at this point, because who are the people that are right now raising their hand and saying they want to be able to work remotely the most? Women and minorities. And if they're not in the office, then they could be missing out on things unless you have a very sophisticated program to counter that effect. So we need to think about professional growth, mentoring, etc. We need to create great experiences if you're not giving me anything better than I can get at home, then why should I go to the office? In fact, for a lot of people, they actually have better stuff at home. Every time I go to our office, I lose connections and our Wi-Fi isn't working and I start dropping. And I'm like, I got better connection in my house. And that's a huge driver. So we need to think about creating those great experiences and moments that matter. And we need to try to think about how do we deal with all of this to create equity and seamless transitions between spaces. So that's a snapshot of where we are right now and some of the challenges that we think lie ahead that we need to address. And so I have a series of questions that we're gonna have a little bit of discussion here about what we think. And by the way, if you have, everybody see the Slido? Do we have the Slido thing so we can put that up? So if you have a question, you can go to the QR code and you can answer the question. You can also just do it the old-fashioned way, raise your hand or shout at me. Totally cool with that too. All right, so that's how you ask a question, and I have to figure out how to get it. You have faith in me, ladies? They have faith in me. Okay, so let's go. Let's ask some questions. So I'm going to ask you to put the presentation back up if you can. Thank you. All right, so the first question that I have for you all, Mike, I got to come over here again. Sorry. Is what do we think needs to change about culture to support hybrid work? What do we need to do differently? Mike, I'm going to start with you.
That's the question, right? Culture. It's something I talk about a lot. Love it. I bet everybody out here is listening to Kay and saying, yes, I agree with that, or no, my organization doesn't do that, or boy, I wish they did that, right? Everybody's got their own experience, their own story, and that's one thing I found out by talking to so many people from different industries and different roles and responsibilities, is that yes, everything's different and everything's very complex, but at the same time, human beings have a lot in common and we have this similar experience, a similar desire to be our best selves, to, like you mentioned, be aligned with the mission and the culture of the organization, and feel like we belong, that we contribute, that my skill set applies here and is being valued, right? So what we discovered, I think, we discovered a lot during the pandemic, but over the last couple of years, we've discovered and we've accelerated a lot of things that you mentioned were happening already, right? Remote work, hybrid work, the ability to use technology, the tools are great, it's incredible what we can do today. But we also discovered that there are a lot of what seem to be contradictory statements or experiences. And you see it in the news media, right, all the time. Everybody's got the polarized extreme view that gets all the attention. Right. If you're the CEO of a bank on Wall Street and you hear that, we want you back 5 days a week, everybody says you're crazy. If you are on the other extreme and say, hey, we're never going to ask you to ever return to an office again, that may be lauded and celebrated in the near term because our human beings like, yay, I get to choose and never go back to an office. But we also know, as you said, it's not going to work long run. Sustainability and the ability to have collaborative experiences and cultures that provide the spark and innovation we all want is not going to happen if we just go one extreme or the other.
Well, Mike, we had a conversation yesterday even about cameras on, cameras off. And basically concluded that for a lot of people, it's a cultural thing within your company. If your company allows you not to have your cameras on or discourages that, then you don't have to. But if the CEO is basically saying, every time I get on a call, I want everybody's cameras on, or we expect that, or whatever, a lot of that has to do with culture. So even those behaviors that we're having working remotely, I think, are being impacted by culture.
It's a perfect practical example. Here's the other thing. When I talk about culture, I often hear that either I have a great culture at my company, and we had one before we went into our hobbit holes, I say, any Lord of the Rings fans out there, we went into quarantine at the beginning of the pandemic. I was stunned by this. I was a traveling guy like you were, and I had to get habituated to this new situation. And what happened after a period of a few months is I made the adjustment and I became quite comfortable in that hobbit hole, much like Bilbo Baggins sitting by the fire with a drinking pipe in hand. What happened when the pandemic started to ease and the conversation about returning to offices, returning to conferences, returning to public settings in any way, a lot of us just said, hey, you know what? No thanks, I'm doing pretty well, I'm comfortable. But if the leadership or the culture of your organization was one of trust and transparency and empathy, you did pretty well during the pandemic, and you also can have a great experience with virtual meetings, but you also recognize the value of in-person meetings. what happened a lot is a lot of organizations didn't have that culture of transparency and trust, and they didn't trust their employees, so then they started to make moves or not make moves or stay quiet. How many people didn't hear from their leadership for months on end about what we're going to do and what the plans are? Everybody's afraid to make a decision or make the wrong decision during this war for talent, right? So there's all these moving parts and complex situations, but what I always say, back to the Lord of the Rings analogy, is we need people to be leaders. We need Gandalf to come, the wizard Gandalf, to come and call Bilbo out of his hobbit hole to be brave and re-engage in some public way, in some way at the office, for example, or at this conference, and get those sparks of ideas and be brave and do the things that make us successful as human beings and as people. And I think that's what the inspiration we need to do. And I'm not talking about your CEO and your leadership. It's everybody can be a leader. If anybody's a fan of Simon Sinek and the Start With Why, explaining to people the why behind the decisions, absolutely. Leaders are not given by title. They have authority because of their title, but a leader is someone who understands and empathizes and has compassion to anybody they're working with or interacting with. And that's what my podcast is all about. Another shameless plug, if you want to have these types of inspiring conversations and pop culture references and a little bit of music fun, check out the show.
If he doesn't pull out a Star Trek in the next 23
Star Wars,
minutes.
Kay. Star Wars.
Sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry, I got to go.
Okay, so Christina, I got to ask. We talk about, do we have the right ecosystem of spaces and the right spaces? So, if everybody doesn't want to go to the office, there's a whole lot of people that don't necessarily want to commute. I mean, Ella, you're from Southern California, notorious for bad traffic, right? So do we have office alternatives in the right places that really will support people working in a distributed manner? What do you think?
Yeah, so I also wanted to just touch a little bit about culture and then I'll address that. I think one of the things that we've learned over the past 2 years and has really struck me is that we have to understand what people are going through. If you're a leader, or if you're a leader of your family, or you're part of a company, and now you're dealing with all the other issues that we've had to address, whether it's children at home, parents who are sick, people who've come down with terrible illnesses over the past 2 years. We have to be understanding of those situations and be able to over-communicate, whether it is to the people who we work with or our clients, or the people who are in our community, because it has been a very, very challenging and difficult time, and we have to acknowledge that and help each other get through this very challenging time. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I felt that in our organization that has been key to over-communicate and to reach out and to find other ways to be able to communicate with each other, because people have had challenges in their lives that they've never experienced before. We've never gone through anything like this before in our lifetimes.
Yeah.
So with the ecosystem, so guess what? Anyone who's in the AV industry, we're like the coolest kids in town now, right? Everyone wants what we have to offer because they're looking to transition their spaces to be able to do more collaboration, to be able to connect people, whether they're working from home or, they're now in, a lot of people from LA, like within the first 3 months, wow, you're in a different place now. Oh yeah, I'm in Idaho, or I'm in Colorado now, or they all moved out. And so we're now having to, as people in this industry, work with clients on coming up with what that new ecosystem is going to be from a technology standpoint, but we also have to understand from the stakeholders' perspective what they're trying to accomplish. And there are different people who are coming into that picture. We used to always just deal with IT, but now IT is really responding to their clients, and they're becoming the people in charge of DEI or HR or the CEO who, or the VP of workplace strategies, who's reporting to the CEO, who's now completely transforming their workplace. And so they're looking for new innovative ways of creating that distributed workforce and workplace. And we are the coolest kids in town, but we have to, from a business standpoint, understand what the changing and strategic needs of our clients are to be able to better provide solutions to them that are going to meet their needs. And I'll give you one example. One of the things that we've done over the past 2 years is we've hosted a series of educational programs where we've brought together, someone from JLL, someone who is a facility manager from a major corporation, someone who is in charge of IT from another major corporation. And we've brought these people together to get their different perspectives. And one of the people on one of these educational programs owns lots of real estate and property management divisions, and they were looking to create these new flex spaces, right? And they had a different vision. It wasn't exactly WeWork. They wanted to have a longer term relationship with tenants who wanted to have all the amenities, including things like wireless access, shared social spaces, but that were safe, and so forth and so on. And they wanted to have a technology partner who understood their vision and then could help them create the technology systems, solutions that would meet their needs.
All right, so I'm going to pick up on a theme here. So we're talking about creating workspaces that people can get in and out of more quickly. But I'm going to bring it to the AVIT industry. I think there are a whole lot of our clients out there right now that don't want to spend a lot of money on a lot of AVIT that could really help them because they're terrified that they're going to buy something that then is going to become obsolete because things in your world are evolving so quickly and new companies and new stuff is offered every single day that they are afraid they're going to make a mistake, and so instead they make no decision, which is even worse. Okay? So somehow we've got to get to a point where we can create spaces that are more responsive and flexible and easy to get in and out of, and you all need to do the same thing with AVIT industry. In fact, we actually are talking to several of our clients about AVIT as a service. Why do you want to buy something that could become obsolete next year? But maybe you pay to have a membership to have somebody come in and provide you what you need, and then they're updating it, they're managing it, and then when you need something new, they're flipping that. And you might pay more for that, but then you always are up to date and you're not worried about, well, I got a bunch of stuff that is antiquated and how do I get rid of it now? I don't have this noose around my neck. So I think that's a big issue. Okay, something to consider. Short answer.
Yep.
Are spaces designed appropriately to support the new way of work? Can people just go back to the office of yesterday, and will that meet our needs going forward?
Yes and no. Both are true. It depends. How's that for an answer?
All right, go ahead.
But here's your point. Explain further. This idea of deciding what to do and make changes and invest in those changes, it's tough. It's a scary thought because you don't want to fail, right? But what we're telling our clients, what I'm hearing on my show is that organizations are piloting programs, they're trying spaces, they're trying strategies, they're trying different ways of working. If it's not working, the people don't respond, it's not bringing the results we're looking for, scrap it, move on. It may be more expensive to do it in the physical world than it is to do in the digital world, but that's the price of success going forward. But back to your point about choice, there's something called the paradox of choice. Okay, and that we all know what this is, right? There's a book written about it. You go into the grocery store, or even better, you go to a restaurant like the Cheesecake Factory, and you've got that big, thick book of choices that you can choose for dinner, right? And it's so much, it's overwhelming. Human beings don't like to make the wrong choice. We're afraid of making the wrong choice.
Variety, anxiety.
Exactly. So what do? We need to constrain choice and framework. A lot of the best workplace leaders I'm talking to and their organizations are doing these pilot programs, creating a framework of here's what we'd like to have in our organization, this is what we'd like to do and to find the results that we think are necessary, and you want to have success too, right? So we want to give you flexibility within that framework. We want you to have autonomy, flexibility, choice, but it's narrowed choice. It's not unlimited choice. It's not chaos. It's controlled choice. So to be practical, you have to do that. In fact, I'll just quote the great Canadian philosopher Geddy Lee, the lead singer of Rush, when he said, "If you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice." Free will, check it out, it's a great song. But that type of thing is real for us. We don't want to be left, flailing around to our own devices, because I make bad choices a lot. I make bad choices for myself. Don't give me that much control.
I'm going to say that I think the auto industry is kicking our ass right now. And I don't mean the AV IT industry's ass, I mean the architecture and design community's ass. Because when I can stay in my house, I can start my car, I can get it nice and warm, I can walk out to it, it automatically unlocks, I get into that car, my mirrors adjust, the music, the temperature, the seat, my phone even syncs with my dashboard. In most workplaces, people are still crawling around under their desk trying to find an outlet. We are not leveraging technology in the workplace nearly to the potential that we could. And I'm also going to say that most conference rooms are really poorly designed, and we shouldn't be returning to them, because for too long, and I will own this again, designers and architects have basically said small, medium, or large, biggest rectangular table I can shove into a room with the maximum number of chairs around it and make it all glass so there's no place to project. Oh, and I'm going to hang some stupid light fixture above the table so you can't project or do anything anyway. And then you guys have to come in at the 11th hour and try to make an AV IT solution work. I haven't been in a good conference room for a long time. And so I think all of that needs to be scrapped, and we need to reset, and we need to rethink it. So if we're returning to that, I don't think it's going to meet the expectations of tomorrow. Okay, Christina, I'm going to give you the next question. Oh, what are we doing? What are you seeing clients do to entice people to want to come back, to create great experiences where people want to be? What are you seeing?
Wow, that's a loaded question.
Free coffee,
so
good food. What are you saying?
So I'll speak from my experience, and it really reflects most of the audience, but we're seeing a lot of clients, again, not to bring back up the coolest kids in town, but who are looking to maximize this employee experience, or in the case of higher education, learning experience, by transforming all of their spaces into hybrid, so that they have that ultimate flexibility. And when I say all the spaces in corporate, particularly in Class A office settings, we're looking at private offices, shared spaces, every single space is getting that, so that when people come back, they have a fully integrated experience, just like you were describing when you go into your car.
Right.
That's the goal. Now, that's the vision. I'm not saying that that's really what happens in the real world today, but that's where a lot of companies are going. Also with educational institutions, a lot of educational institutions are saying hybrid is here to stay. Students may come back to campus, but they may not always want to go to class. They may want to just remote in to their class. They may want to watch the class after the class is done. They may still be coming back to campus and staying in the dormitories, but they may not always want to be in that classroom anymore. And so a lot of schools are investing in creating that complete hybrid experience.
Interesting. Okay, so Mike, do companies have the right technology strategy to really ensure equitable connecting? Can someone who is at home have the same experience as someone who is on site in a meeting?
I think the audience can
Actually,
answer
let's
this
get
for
a
you.
poll. Show of hands here in the audience. Who thinks that that can be achieved successfully?
Yeah, I think it can be, Kay. But are
About-
we doing it?
Okay.
Are
Who doesn't? Because we got to figure out who isn't. Okay. So it's about 50-50. Okay. All right. So by the way, I want to know, everybody that raised their hand, I want to know what technology you're doing and what you're using. Because we actually have seen some success, but it's some success. Is there a significant shift that companies need to make? Yes. Are most of them doing it?
Some are doing it, yeah.
Some? Okay, go ahead. Mike, what do you think?
I'll leave the technology part of that to you all since you're the experts, but the human side of this is where the challenge and the opportunity is, right? Whether it's trying to create an equitable experience or just a great experience, whether you're doing a hybrid meeting or in person or online. You mentioned the cameras on and off. These are human behavioral decisions.
Right.
And we all make these choices, but someone needs to, cast that vision and create an experience or a culture, back to that word, that allows us to be intentional about being inclusive and being intentional about helping it make those equitable experiences. So I'll just say that. And you keep mentioning the cool kids in the room, and I know many of you are cool. Who knows the movie from the 80s, The Breakfast Club, John Hughes classic, right? I grew up in that era, and I'll tell you what, the one thing I've learned from that movie is, if you don't know the story, it's a Saturday detention with 5 or 6 kids, I can't remember. They're all from different cliques within high school. You got the cool kid, you got the nerd like I was, you got the strange basket case girl, you've got the pretty girl, you got the athlete, and they all come in their silos, right? Tell me where you see the analogy coming together. They operate in their silos in their school. They come together on a Saturday for Breakfast Club, this detention, and spoiler alert, if you haven't seen it, at the end it works out, they all kind of realize they're all just people. And they're all human beings struggling with the same stuff with their families, struggling with the same stuff with their lives. And these same cool kids, other silos, experiences happen in our workplaces, in our organizations today. Your AV, your siloed IT, HR, facility management, all the different departments. And what I'm saying is, hey, let's everybody get together and have that more human, purposeful, collaborative experience like the Breakfast Club, and we'll find success in the future of work.
All right, okay. So policies and procedures. We always say that this is one of the most important things, that without policies and procedures, everything goes off the rails. And so a lot of companies have had very, very successful remote working programs, but then it just kind of started going south because people started making up their own rules or doing their own things. So is having the right policies and procedures important? And can you think, between the two of you, what some of those might be? We've got a lot of clients right now that are saying, look, every meeting's either in person or every meeting's, on virtual. There's no in between. Others are saying only virtual meetings certain days. What do you guys think about policies and procedures to develop successful hybrid working?
I think just like you mentioned, communicate. We have to be intentional, we have to communicate, we have to tell people, meet them where they are. Expectations have changed. The whole pandemic opened the eyes to a lot of folks that said, hey, I can do this stuff at home, but we also need to say, we need to put, again, that framework together to allow everyone to be successful and bring their best selves to the organization. And here's just a continuation again of the idea that listen, you may think it's a generational problem, right? Or the paradox of those survey results. You mentioned that nearly 2/3 of people say, I believe that our culture is created in person, in an office setting, and we have these sparks of innovation and creativity when we're together. The same number of people say, I never want to go back to an office. How can both those things be true? Well, it's a paradox, Kay, like so many other things. And what I want to say is it's a nuanced conversation that we need to address with our people, communicate to them, be a leader regardless of your role. And it's not a generational question. If we look to the generations above or beyond or below us, younger or older, and say, it's your problem, it's your fault, you don't understand what it takes to be successful in a business. Just quote David Bowie, like back to the Breakfast Club, John Hughes used, these children that you spit on as they try to change their world are immune to your consultation. They're quite aware of what they're going through. Changes. This mic on?
Okay, see, we had to have a singer in the morning. I love it. All right, so the next question is about leadership, and I'm going to roll into what Mike just said. I spent 2 hours on a call this morning with a client that is going through an extensive change management program, and they're worried that it's not being effective and they're not getting people back. So I asked the question, well, what is it that you're trying to change? What's the change? Is it change in policy? Is it change in space? Is it change in behavior? Like what? And what is the directive? They said, well, leadership is kind of leading it up to the individual business lines to decide what they want to do. Meaning, there is no clear directive. Therefore, in the void of that, everybody is making up their own rules. Therefore, no wonder why it's a total mess, because you don't even know what you're changing. You haven't committed to that. Bill Marriott just retired. And one of the things that he said is, leaders need to make decisions and lead and move forward, but do so with empathy. And I think right now we have a lot of people that aren't necessarily leading. So, Christina, are you seeing challenges in organizations that are struggling because they don't have a clear vision of what it is they're even moving to and what the expectation is?
Yes, I would say that would be definitely the case. We're in a field where we're designing, implementing, and supporting technology solutions for organizations that are achieving goals. We're a means to an end. And if the strategy of an organization isn't clearly defined, if that future workplace hasn't been figured out, so to speak, or if it's continuing to evolve, then it's very challenging to be able to provide solutions that achieve goals that haven't been clearly defined. But I wanted to say one other thing about leadership right now. I think over the past 2 years, it's really shook us to the core. And I think a lot for leaders who are going to define the future as being more sustainable, that's going to be more equitable, that's going to be more inclusive, and who are going to be advocating for systemic changes to provide a workplace that's more equitable and that's going to contribute to a sustainable future world for all of us.
All right, so I have one last question, and I'm going to answer my own question really quickly because I think it's a no-brainer, and if anybody in this room disagrees with me, then raise your hand and we'll have that argument. Are HR, IT, corporate real estate, FM, and the business leaders aligned on what needs to happen? No, for many organizations, but that's absolutely 100% imperative that they do. And that is one of the things we need to get everybody at the table. Everybody has to have a strong voice. You guys can't be left to the 11th hour. We can't have one person making the decisions and then forcing everybody out. So I'm going to say that we do that. And I'm leaving that question, I'm answering that question because we had a question from Dave Wilson. Where's Dave? Okay, and your question just disappeared, but I think I read it. Can't we all just meet in the metaverse? Why do we even need physical spaces anymore? Can't we just do the whole metaverse? So any thoughts on the metaverse? I have lots of thoughts on the metaverse, by the way. And I'll tell you in all honesty, I lead all the thought leadership at HOK, large architectural firm. I say, these are the things that we need to do. I got on a phone call with a whole bunch of my colleagues the other day. I said, we need to explore this topic. Actually, it was several months ago. We need to explore this topic, but I'm aging out on this one. Somebody, where's the 20-year-old that can step up here and own this one? Because it's not me, sorry. Somebody needs to do that. And we absolutely and have explored that. All right, yeah. So I think the metaverse is actually really exciting, and we actually have a lot of clients that are buying space in the metaverse, and they're making digital twins of their offices so that people can meet in the metaverse virtually. Most of what we've seen so far is kind of clunky. It's not really there yet. It's a little unsophisticated. It's like floating torsos and weird things, and then with the headsets and everything, that's a little clunky. I think as we go forward, absolutely, there's going to be more opportunities for that, but we got to get it a little bit set. So we're at that point now where this is intriguing, this is coming, we got to pay attention to it, but we're not necessarily ready to dive right into that. But we have clients that absolutely are buying space in the metaverse and are already doing that. And in fact, Deloitte, who was here yesterday with us, and Accenture, the Accenture CEO is saying that they've already onboarded, I think it was like 10,000 new hires in the metaverse. That's the way they're doing it. So that actually could be one of the first things. So any thoughts on the metaverse?
Yeah, I agree. Long term, absolutely. A younger version of myself might have said, never, that's crazy, that's not going to work. But I used to say I'm never going to give up my BlackBerry too. And then I finally got an iPhone about a decade ago. So I never say never. But in the short term, in the near term, and what we all know as human beings, that in-person experience, hashtag IRL, in real life, like we're doing here today, or those online, I hope you'll venture back out and go out and find your opportunities. But I think there's something that's irreplaceable about it. And our job as leaders and as technology providers and as workplace designers is to learn from the mistakes of the past. We don't want to go back to pre-2020. We want to do better going forward, create those spaces that people do want, the different, more innovative, more technology, more frictionless experiences. And one last mantra in music, because I think the workplace realizes it made some mistakes in the past. It wasn't that nice experience that it should have been. And as the one-hit wonder band in the 70s Player said to you, the workforce, baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see I was wrong, and I just can't live without you. Our workplaces can't live without you, so baby, come back.
Who wants more singing in future sessions? Yeah? More singing? All right, we'll do a karaoke thing next time. Thank you guys very, very much for joining us. Our time is at the end, but have a great InfoComm.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Please welcome Justin Kennington.
Okay. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. What an introduction. Hello, everybody. Well, as they said, I'm Justin Kennington. I'm president of the SDVoE Alliance. Today I'm going to tell you a little bit about what SDVoE is, but especially about the three pillars that really set SDVoE apart from other technologies for moving video in our AV space. I want to call attention before I jump into the QR code for questions and answers. I think I can get that up. If you have questions for me, scan this QR code. You can do it now and have your browser pointed at the right spot for later. Type those questions in, and I'm told they magically appear on this iPad over here. I'll take them at the end. So I welcome them. It's more fun for me when there's your questions to talk about. So please get ready for that and go ahead. Without further ado, I'll go ahead and jump in, and I'm going to tell you about SDVoE and how SDVoE is sustainable, flexible, and available. Right? First, a little bit of what is SDVoE in the first place. How many of you have heard of us, SDVoE Alliance? Okay, good. I think that's a majority. That's a good start. We're a consortium of manufacturers in AV, over 50 members today, who believe that we have to change the way that we do business in AV, because as we move closer and closer to the network, as more and more video systems are moving over the IT network, we have to operate in a more IT-friendly way. And that means that this world of silos and walled gardens where individual manufacturers build products that only work with their own stuff is not going to work, right? Imagine going to your IT director and saying, well, since you bought a Dell PC, obviously now we're going to have to buy some Dell Ethernet switches and some Dell printers, because as you know, Dell PCs only work with Dell printers and Dell switches, right? I mean, I see you kind of chuckling out there because it's absurd, it's crazy, but that's what we've been doing in AV for 50 years. We tell them, oh, your Crestron only works with your Crestron. You know that. If you want to upgrade that system, easy. You can buy more Crestron, or you could throw it in the garbage and buy a whole new system. And I'm not picking on Crestron there. That's how every manufacturer has been doing it for all this time. So SDVoE has said, let's standardize on an approach to AV over IP so that multiple vendors can provide the same kind of solution in a way that's interoperable, in a way that works together, in a way that your Dell can work with your Cisco switch, can work with your Epson printer. So we want to use Ethernet as the platform for moving audio and video. And ultimately, we want to build a world where software is the thing that defines AV applications, as opposed to the hardware-defined world where how you plug in the cables to the inputs and outputs defines that system. So SDVoE is a few things. SDVoE is sustainable. Now that may be satisfactory to some of you. Some of you may say, oh, I love the planet, I love being sustainable. That's it for me, I'm sold. SDVoE it is. Others of you, that might not be motivating. I'm going to show you that sustainability is not only important, of course, for our environment, for our collective good, but it's good for you. It's good for your bottom line. We're going to talk about SDVoE's flexibility, which allows it to be adapted to any use case, to any business demand that your customers may have. And then finally, we're going to talk about availability, right? I'm curious, has anyone here had a conversation about availability already this week? Oh, we have, yeah. How did that go? It's tough, right? SDVoE is available, and that's super important, right? Because none of this other stuff matters if you can't get it. Let's look at the SDVoE hardware architecture just to orient ourselves before we dive in, right? It's really, really simple. At the center, there's a 10 gigabit Ethernet switch. We've got encoders at every source. We've got decoders at every display. It turns out that the hardware architecture for SDVoE is the very same for every single system that's ever been built. It's only a question of how many encoders, how many decoders. So that actually makes it very easy for the system designer, right? Now that person doesn't have to focus on, again, how do I plug this input to that output number and make sure that everything's plugged in right in order to define the functionality. Instead, that designer can focus on the user experience, which is created through software. So that's this middle piece here. Right? Over the top of all the SDVoE encoders and decoders, there's a common API, an application programming interface. That's a set of commands, a set of queries, things like, route input 1 to output 6, turn on the video scaler on encoder number 3, set up a video wall. All of the possible commands and queries that you might have are included in that API, and all of the SDVoE devices from all of our member manufacturers respond in the same way to that same API. And that is how user experience gets created, with the software on top whether that's a touch panel program or a handheld remote or a voice-activated interface or no user interface, just a fully automated system. All that sits at the top running through that same API. Now let's get into sustainability. And here is the fundamental sort of technology key that makes SDVoE sustainable in a way that other technologies out here aren't. And it's what we call our ASIC. Our founding member, Semtech, is a chip manufacturer, and they've created an ASIC. That stands for Application Specific Integrated Circuit that runs SDVoE. Now I'm going to tell you what that means, and I'm going to compare that to something called an FPGA. I'll tell you more about the FPGA in a few minutes. But an application-specific integrated circuit, if you parse that phrase, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's a chip that does one thing. It's application-specific. So our chip does SDVoE. That's all it does. It does it with the highest performance, it does it with the lowest power consumption possible, and it does it at a low cost. I'm talking about 80% less power consumed, 30% lower cost at the bill of materials level, and still with the highest performance. Now you might say, Justin, that sounds great, right? Highest performance, lowest power consumption, lowest cost. Why would anybody do anything else? And the answer is very simple. Everyone would love to be using an ASIC, but it costs around $20 million to develop one. And so if any individual AV manufacturer simply will never have the kind of volume production necessary to make that investment pay off. It's just too expensive to develop. Whereas we are an alliance, over 50 members. And so a chip manufacturer like Semtech sees a big enough market between all of that collective volume that it makes sense. And here again, this is where that interoperability piece ties into sustainability, because if we didn't have that, if we didn't have this broad marketplace of multiple members and manufacturers, it wouldn't make sense to have this ASIC and to realize these power and cost savings. Let's look at those power savings in a more concrete way. So recently, our steering member, IDK, did an installation at European Parliament. Over 1,000 SDVoE endpoints in a single system. And now if we talk about power consumption, the typical power consumption, you know, I kind of did a survey and picked a number in the middle. Typical power consumption of 1 gig AV over IP devices, the kind of proprietary things that everybody out here has one of, they consume around 25 watts per endpoint. Okay. The SDVoE devices with an ASIC consume around 7 watts per endpoint. So that's an 18 watt savings, right? So if you think about it the other way, if I choose a product with an FPGA in it, I'm wasting 18 watts to do essentially the same job. But now let's multiply that out, right? Because this is a big system. 18 watts per device, I've got 1,000 devices. So that's 18 kilowatts of power that I'm burning that I didn't need to burn all the time. And I mean all the time, right? Because you guys know nobody's walking around European Parliament every night and flipping off each one of these 1,000 AV over IP encoders and decoders, right? They're all burning power all the time. So multiply that power consumption out over a year, and you come up with over 150,000 kilowatt hours of energy being burned. And by the way, this is in Belgium, right? So that's probably powered by Russian natural gas, right? Now we're really into it. But politics aside, the cost for commercial users of electricity in Belgium, I looked this up, by the way, you can check my facts, about 12 cents a kilowatt hour times 150,000. That's $18,000 a year that this customer would be paying in extra electricity bills just because they chose an encoder and decoder with an FPGA instead of an ASIC. So this is, like I said, of course, it's great. Let's reduce our environmental footprint. Let's be good for each other and for our children and the environment. But look, let's also save $18,000 a year in power bills. Come on, like there's a selfish angle to this that's okay too. Here's a question, and I've given this presentation a few times this week, so I'm curious to see if the answer comes out different. Raise your hand if you love having fans in your electronic equipment. Who here loves a fan? One? No, you're joking. No, once again, it's unanimous all week. I have zero fans in the whole audience, right? Why? We know why. Because fans make noise, because fans blow dust around and make a mess, and because fans are the only mechanical component in most of these systems. That's the thing that wears out and fails first. So now you've got to roll a truck, you've got to replace that piece of equipment. Some manufacturer has to use up resources and produce another box to replace that one. Again, we're increasing our footprint by having unreliable products, and we're increasing your cost by that. Since there's an ASIC at the heart of SDVoE, none of those ASIC devices need to use a fan because the power consumption is low. Just to make that concrete, NEC Sharp did a research project. They were working on one of their large LED walls, and they decided to revamp the cooling system to eliminate fans and replace that with just intelligently designed heat sinks in their case. And their research showed that the average lifespan of those products increased by 5 to 11 years by eliminating fans. Now let's get into flexibility, right? SDVoE can do a lot of things, and that's because of this API that is common to all devices that enables all of the different features I'm going to show you on the very next slide. But what I want to touch on here is that API, being common, driving interoperability, gives designers a flexibility, right? I bet, I'm not going to make you all raise hands now, but I bet some of you here have designed an AV over IP system from some manufacturer that's not interoperable, and then you've gotten screwed this year because you couldn't get parts. They couldn't ship it. And now your choices are wait or completely redesign the system. And that's a tough spot to be in. Right? With SDVoE, I'm going to show you in a moment that actually most of our members have products in stock anyway. But if they don't, I've got 49 other members you can go to with products that will interoperate with those that you designed in. So you can have a mix and match to make sure you get all the products you need. Many of the products are similar enough that a design transition is very simple. And that flexibility enables you to be able to get the components when you need them. Now let's talk about the technical flexibility. SDVoE not only has switching and extension, you expect that from AV over IP, right? We move the signals from sources to the displays. We do that with 4K, we do it with HDR, we do it with high frame rate. All the latest and greatest stuff, we can move those signals. But beyond that, there's a processing engine inside each and every SDVoE endpoint. And that processing engine can do things under control of the API, like turn on a video wall. I can slice up that image, and I can go up to 8 across by 8 tall video walls built into SDVoE. I can do window processing, so I can take multiple streams of video and send those into a single display and create a window processor. Now you guys know that it's possible to do window processing today, but you have to buy a $5,000 window processor, you have to burn 4, 6, 8 outputs from your matrix switch or your AV over IP system, and so you have to really think carefully about where you want to apply window processing because it's expensive. Now imagine what you could do if every display in your whole system was capable of this kind of windowing for no extra cost beyond the cost of the transport system itself. It really starts to open up possibilities and things you couldn't do before. And finally, SDVoE carries USB signals, including not only keyboard and mouse signals, but many of our member products incorporate Icron's USB over LAN technology, so you can move any USB 2 device across the network alongside the video and audio. And by the way, that's still all under control of the SDVoE API. That kind of interoperability gives us a flexibility in terms of what products are available, right? Because each manufacturer now knows that they can focus on what they're good at, focus on what their customers demand, and no one in our alliance has to deliver every single part of the solution. They can rely on the others, right? So not only do we have, of course, standalone encoders and decoders, but we have projectors and LED display walls with built-in SDVoE connectivity. We have graphics cards, we have capture cards for PCs with SDVoE built in. A whole vast array so that you can, you could say, hey, maybe ZV is my favorite signal distribution partner and I buy all the ZV encoders and decoders, but I need a video capture card. Well, ZV doesn't make one. You can go buy that from DataPath and know that it's all going to work together in that interoperable way. It makes everything more flexible. So that flexibility has led to SDVoE's success across every vertical market that ProAV touches. Every photo you see up here represents a specific and real case study. They're all available on our website to read the details about. But you can see we've touched and had success in every vertical market that's out there. And now finally, the elephant in the trade show, let's talk about availability. SDVoE is available because we are so broad. We have over 50 members. We have over 700 products in the catalog, and that catalog's available on our website, by the way, sdvoe.org, so that you're never locked into a single vendor. That means you're never locked into them for availability. It means you're never locked into them for product type, right? Again, that example of I need a capture card, but this guy doesn't have it. Go to a different guy. It's okay. So you're never locked in. Now let's talk about those FPGAs. Let's talk about how we got here. Why are so many people having trouble delivering product to you? So I told you about an ASIC. An FPGA is a field programmable gate array. Here's the way to understand that. An FPGA is a chip that you buy out of the box, and it doesn't do anything at all. It's just a pile of programmable logic waiting for your commands. So you decide what you need today, and you write up some code. You say, today I need an AV over IP encoder. So I write up some code. It's not quite as simple as me typing for 6 seconds. I write up some code, I put it into this device, and now this chip is an AV over IP encoder. That's what it is. But what's cool is, hey, you know what? Tomorrow maybe that's not what I need. Tomorrow I need a management controller for my infotainment system in my Ford Focus. Okay, let's write some more code. Let's pick up our FPGA, put the code in, poof. Now it's an infotainment controller. Okay, cool. That flexibility is very powerful. It means you only have to buy one chip. Your investment is, $100, not $20 million for the first one. Of course, the rest of them all cost $100 also. And that's great. These chips were more expensive than an ASIC. They consume more power than an ASIC. In 2019, this was a relatively expensive chip to buy. In 2022, this is an impossible chip to get. Because of its flexibility, it is in demand across all industries that do electronics manufacturing. Right? I used my Ford Focus example on purpose because how many of you have heard of the automotive chip shortage? Well, guess what auto manufacturers need, among other things? They need FPGAs. Guess what happens when somebody from the AV world gets in line with that manufacturer of chips, and General Motors and Ford Motor Company are also in that line? I'll tell you what happens to the AV company. They go to the back of the line. They get quoted 62-week lead times, and next thing you know, they don't have the component they need to build their product, and they can't deliver it to you. SDVoE's ASIC, I say, oh, the poor little guy. All he does is SDVoE. Nobody at Ford or GM is interested in this thing. Only the people in this convention hall are going to buy that SDVoE chip, and that's why it's available to our manufacturers. They have it, and they have it in stock. This is just a short list. Almost all of our manufacturers have products available and in stock today. And it's because of their intelligent management of the supply chain, but it's also because the SDVoE supply chain is more limited to only Pro AV, and it's simpler. SDVoE is also available worldwide, right? I talked about product availability, but let's talk about our other kinds of availability. Because ultimately, SDVoE doesn't sell anything. Our members sell boxes, and SDVoE's job is to tell you about this technology and why it's valuable. So we want that to be available worldwide. We have websites in English, in Chinese, in Japanese. We have training and certification in English, in Chinese, and in Spanish. And we hope you'll all check that out. And we're growing that list all the time because we want to touch a worldwide audience. Finally, SDVoE is available to you 24/7. We have lots of online video properties that I hope you'll find interesting, educational, and entertaining. The SDVoE Academy is our totally free online training resource. We teach you about SDVoE, but of those 120 courses we have, less than half of that is SDVoE. The rest of it is more general education about video, about audio, about networking. You know, if you're really clear about what an IGMP querier is, maybe you don't need this. But if you have any question in your mind about, wait, what exactly is the IGMP querier? Come to our SDVoE Academy, and we're going to teach you that. And you can become certified as an SDVoE designer or as an SDVoE developer if your world is software programming and you want to write code on top of that API that we make freely available. Face-to-Face AV is our brand new interview series. It's rolling out over the summer. We launched it last week on our YouTube channel. That's where I've sat down with several of our members, several other big names in the industry to just talk about the trends facing us, through summer 2022. So check that out. And finally, I want to mention we just wrapped up season 2 of SDVoE Live. This is our TV show for Pro AV. It's a talk show where I invite guests on and we talk about topics that are even bigger than technology itself. Sometimes we talk technology. I had Chris Chinook on a month ago and we talked about the trends in very large LED displays. But we've had guests on to talk about how do we recruit young talent into AV. We've had guests on to talk about sustainability and what it means in electronics manufacturing. So I invite you all to watch the YouTube channel, YouTube/SDVoE Alliance. Subscribe there and you'll get notified of all that. So why don't we bring the QR code back up because I'm done and I've got very short time to take some questions. Let's see if we have any. Oh, we have one question here about our multi-view layouts. I told you we can bring multiple streams onto a single display. The question is how many streams into a single display? And the answer to that is 32. We can bring 32 streams onto one single display. Anybody typing fast? I got 30 seconds on my clock here. Type quick, hit enter, or just shout it out. We'll ruin it for the streamers. I think we're going to wrap it up, guys. Thank you so much for coming out. Thanks for listening. I hope that you'll visit the SDVoE booth over in the far end of this hall, number 423. Come see some of this stuff live and in action. And subscribe to that YouTube channel. We've got a lot of really great stuff coming out over the summer. Thanks all for your time, and enjoy the rest of your Friday afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Frank Patakala.
Hey, how's it going? We're the last day of InfoComm. I'm sure your feet are killing you, want to get back home. So we're going to make this quick and fun. I have 20 minutes in front of me. This is going to be a very high-level conversation about virtual switching. Let's see if the slides work. There you go. All right, so quick show of hands. I would just want to understand what you do. If you work in IT, or you're a field tech, or you've touched a network switch for whatever reason, please raise your hands. Excellent. I can see why you're concerned about this. So virtual switching, as the name suggests, we're talking about the latest frontier in networking, right? If you've gone through your trainings with switching and CCNAs and all the good stuff that's out there, we're seeing a lot of people talking about virtual switching. This conversation today is going to be very high level. We're only going to be touching on the concepts of how virtual switching works, but the hope is that this can promote, that you can promote this within yourself, your organizations, and understand that a lot of changes are on the horizon with virtual switching. Now, before we get down into virtual switching, it would be amiss if I didn't touch on the history of networking, right? We're not going to go down to the basics. I'm not teaching you the OSI model today, none of that. What we're going to talk about is how networking became a thing. And particularly, we're going to talk about packet-switched networks. Now, packet-switched networks are foundational in today's networking. And the history behind it is a gentleman named Paul Barron. His research led to what is ARPANET, which at the time was the world's biggest packet-switched network. Now, there are some principles that he talked about that still hold relevant in our conversation today. So as he was doing his research, he had a task in front of him. They asked him, we want you to figure out packet switching. How are you going to do it? And so this is what he coined as the principles of packet switching. The first principle is survivable communication. Prior to that, what would happen is the restriction on data transfer was whatever medium you were using for it. Fiber optics, cables, copper cables, aluminum, it didn't matter. You were kind of stranded by whatever infrastructure that you were using. Packet switching helped change that by letting you traverse multiple hops by going from point to point. The goal was also to have a large-scale network, right? They wanted it to be distributed and basically no central control. Now here's where we have a little bit of a deviation from what we're used to hearing. When packet-switched networks first were conceived, the idea was that it would be impossible to have a central control location, right? What happened is, even though that was how it was managed, we didn't have that luxury because of hardware limitations. We still had centralized hardware. We had entire server farms. We had purpose-built devices that were being utilized in conjunction with your networks to create whatever infrastructure you needed. The challenge with the traditional infrastructure was that the installation process was long and very involved. Now, I know on this very same panel on the stage, a couple of days ago, we were talking about trends in AV and IT, and we were brushing on how a lot of people are still adopting IT. Now, this session today goes way beyond that. But the fact of the matter is, irrespective of your journey as an audiovisual technology professional, wherever you stand in terms of your network involvement, virtual networking and the advances that's happening on the networking side of things is going to keep on happening. You can't necessarily stop that, right? So going back to the traditional infrastructure, the challenge was that it depended on the size and scale of the organization. So if you had a single building, sure, we could do that. Installation is still challenging, but within a building it's fine. But then you had large campuses, you had higher ed facilities, you had entire villages, you had systems where you'd have to span the entire city, miles, thousands of miles. Scale was the challenge with traditional networking. Now, what has happened is that the landscape of networking is changing. What we're seeing today are global networks, right? Have you ever, show of hands, have you ever tried to ping google.com? If you have, you're going through multiple servers. Depending on your location, wherever you are, you're going through several hops that could be several countries, cities long, but it is still instantaneous. The networks that are built today are global. The challenge, though, is that the throughput requirements, and we have a huge role in that, have changed. Now, I hope, I'm not going to go into details, but go on, and if you don't know, there's a difference between throughput and bandwidth. Please note that I'm saying throughput. The throughput requirements vary depending on the type of traffic, including media, voice, IoT, and others. Now, we know that no matter what you develop, no matter how much, now I work for Audinate, we are at the forefront of audiovisual technology over IP. We've developed some of the most commonly used products out there. But the fact of the matter is, the technology that transports these things are still the networks. And the networks are not built by audiovisual professionals. They are built by the networking companies of the world. So whatever they have in place, we have to use that. And we, as some of the major users of that common pipe, we kind of dictate saying, you know what, I would really like that 1 gig. You know, I want that 1 gig. And the network guy will tell you, yeah, it's fine. You shouldn't have a problem. Our switch has the biggest backplane in existence. But then you look at it, you've just taken down an entire network by plugging in a small AV over IP transmitter, right? So we are still beholden to whatever technological limitations there are, but we want more. We want more throughput. The requirements keep on changing and evolving and grow every day. So, the solution. Let's go virtual. Now, how many of you have heard of virtual LANs, VLANs, show of hands? How many of you have heard of virtual computers, show of hands? How many of you have spun up a virtual server on whatever platform? There you go. I see a lot of hands, and that's a good sign. It's a legitimate way of operating several things on the network. Now, the beauty of virtualization is that it separates your software from the underlying hardware. So the hardware is there, your server stacks are still there, you have massive servers that's capable of doing a whole lot of things, but what you've done is that you've taken the software platform and kind of liberated it from the hardware, okay? Now, hardware can run operating systems or other custom applications, and the best part about going virtual is that now we go into the conversation of CapEx, capital expenses, versus OpEx, which is operating expenses. Hardware does not have to change all the time. You can run the life of whatever server life you have, but the softwares can keep on evolving and you can adapt it to whatever changing network technologies that you want to do. So there is a justification for going virtual. And whatever application you're using virtual platforms on today, it's only going to keep on growing because the IT departments find the ease of use with having a virtualized platform is amazing. They don't necessarily have to go to their senior directors and say, my server's going to die, I need to upgrade that, because when you buy a server, it'll last you a couple of years. It makes more sense to say, my software needs an update, we may need to buy a couple of licenses. So that's the whole CapEx versus OpEx. And the reason why I put together this slide is just to show that going virtual does make sense. And the reason, the whole narrative behind this conversation today, is we're trying to build a picture towards virtual switching. Now, what exactly is virtual switching? Now, the coolest part about virtualization is that virtualization is the foundation of cloud platforms. Now, you will notice today that I'm just going through a bunch of slides, talking about a whole lot of terms. I will not go into manufacturer specifics because the information is meant to be generic. You have the liberty to go back and research it and develop your skills depending on what your requirements are. So, virtualization is at the foundation of cloud platforms. Organizations of any size can leverage the cloud. Now, if you've ever had to create a network where Your office location is 1,000 miles away from your other office location, but you're a really small company that only has like 5 employees in each office. The challenge of having a leased line to have a dedicated circuit between those locations, the costs associated with it are massive. What does the cloud do? We use the infrastructure that all the cloud providers, the Microsofts, the Googles, the Amazons of the world have already built. We leverage their platform and build out our system. So we have servers that can be remotely located. It's all located in the cloud, right? Now, I actually Googled a funny cloud joke that I could say at this point, but you know, it's all up there, so I don't know what I'm going to say. So the point of the matter is, cloud is at the foundation of today's advances in how you use and deploy your IT systems. And the beauty of the cloud lies in virtualization. That's why cloud vendors, the providers of the services, are able to do it, because they have dedicated hardware resources that's right now running the platforms that you need. And when you decide to say, expand, you say, I'm going to grow this, they can add a couple of processors for you. They can give you a couple of virtual space. If you don't want it anymore, they can scale back, right? So, moving on. We're going to talk about network function virtualization, NFV, okay? Now, before I get deeper into this, a quick show of hands, have you heard of SDN? All right, I see a couple of hands out there, software-defined networking, right? Now, I have more details on that, but network function virtualization is extending the power of networking to a virtualized environment. So now you're used to networking, you have your network switches, you're used to plugging things into it, and what do? If you have, say, a classroom that has 10 audiovisual TXs and 10 RXs, you're going to take them on, you do your traditional, the most commonly used phrase in AV, build an AV VLAN or put a subnet on it, and you put those and they're supposed to be talking to each other, right? What we're talking about here is taking virtualization to that networking. The principles, the concept of networking, where the idea is to take point A to point B, does not change. But how you accomplish that changes with virtualization, which is why network function virtualization is a huge concept that is at the foundation of all of this new advances that you're seeing in networking. Now, according to researchers, market researchers say that by 2024, just the network function virtualization component of the market is going to be $40 billion. It's a massive market out there. And the fact is, we in the audiovisual industry who leverage the network every day, whether it be for your control traffic, your audio traffic, or your video traffic, we leverage it every day. It's important that we kind of understand and keep abreast of what's happening, right? What it does is that it gives you the ability to take your media globally. How many times have you had a conversation, if you're a part of a large corporate organization, and you'll say, is there a way I can take my audio and send it across to London? Can I send it to Australia? And the response is, the latency is going to be a challenge. I will need a dedicated pipe or a dedicated link that's going to cost me tens of thousands of dollars. It's not going to work out. What NFVs do is that they give you the ability to leverage the existing infrastructure that's already in place to a virtualized platform and expand on your networks. Let's talk about some NFV terms. Now, these are just terms. Again, I'm just trying to get you into that mind space where you're trying to learn more about NFVs. So network function virtualization, the first set of terms that I want to talk to you about are components. Now, in components, there are solutions, orchestration, and automation of networks. So if you ever worked with or are going to work with a provider of an NFV related service, you're going to say that we are a solution provider, or we do network orchestration, or we automate your network. There are very specific applications within the NFV domain that a lot of companies specialize in. So this is outside of the realm of the cloud providers and the networking providers that you see every day, right? Now, the other type of providers that you're going to see in the NFV landscape are providers of applications. They build you virtual appliances, right? So these are the appliances that you are going to use in order to build out your networks. You don't have to patch a cable to your switch and put in a bunch of code that creates like access control lists and all that good stuff. Virtualized appliances that live on top of a hardware platform that's existing is going to be the future of NFV-based appliances and applications. Now, here is the fun part, right? I always like to talk about this. Whenever AV and IT and we talk about the cross-section of the different technologies happen, there's a very common thing that most audiovisual professionals say: there's no standards in AV. We don't have any standards. We keep changing. Whatever standard is the standard of the day kind of thing. I don't necessarily agree with that. There are plenty of standards that are commonly used today. And if you think that audiovisual folks are the only people dealing with that, that's absolutely wrong. IT and the underlying technologies that build up IT also have similar challenges with standards. If you look at NFV platforms, some of the standards in existence right now, so there's something called Etsy, not the place where you buy the cool stuff. There's also an open platform for NFV. There are open network automation platforms, open source mono, and MEF. These are just a bunch of different standards that people are trying to implement. There are no standards in network function virtualization today, right? Once it's established, everybody's fighting for that space. Again, remember, in a couple of years from now, this is going to be a $40 billion industry. And as we go down through the slides, you'll see how some of these things are probably already relevant to you. This is kind of like the high-level concept of what this is, right? Now, some of the advantages of this are it's rapid deployment and you can be remote. How many times have you wanted to set up a network switch and said, I can't do that, I don't have a tech on site? In a world where networking is governed by virtualized networking, you will not have to fly in to do this because the underlying technology behind this is already established. You have control over the virtual layer of it, right? It scales up and down easily, there's flexible licensing options, and you can overcome legacy network infrastructure problems. There are also challenges, right? Security and privacy is a huge, because again, standards kind of determine what security is. So if you don't have standards, you are unable to set those standards and security practices. There's a lack of business cases too, and the general lack of standards kind of curtail this. Now, before I end the conversation, I do see there's a couple questions that have came up. I want to address them as well. Just so you have an understanding where NFV and SDNs are different, network function virtualization separates the networking services from the dedicated hardware, okay? So understand this, you have hardware, mostly servers, that are acting as your switches, not the traditional switches. These are servers that are doing the network transportation for you. Again, very easy to do. There are NICs available that are several hundred gigs of bandwidth capable. That's kind of how they establish that. That's what the network function virtualization does. Now, how does that differ from SDN or software-defined networking? Software-defined networking separates the network control function from the networking part of it, right? Now, it can be virtual, it can be physical, right? If you've worked on Cisco networks, they have SDN. Several of the major switch manufacturers today have software-defined networking. And the way they do it is that they have their hardware platforms that's doing what you traditionally do, but they've built on top of it a control plane that is your software layer. So you don't necessarily have to go about patching now. You still have to do patching depending on how the hardware is, but you have a virtual software-based control layer, which you can do from anywhere, right? Now, SDN allows network control functions to be automated, which makes it possible for the network to respond to whatever changes that's happening. That's what SDN is. So basically, SDN is a functionality of network function virtualization. A switch can have SDN. It could be virtual or physical, right? So that's kind of like the difference between this. I know these are very high-level concepts, but it's important that you start thinking about these. There are a few questions that I quickly want to address. One of the questions that came up is, how do I learn more about this? I figured you'd ask that. Are there any certifications? Well, the best way to learn about virtual platforms is to go to the famous websites out there like VMware or Google or Microsoft. They all have their own free downloads of the software. Download it on, run a virtual machine, and see how virtual switching works. Create a tiny network and do that. The other question that I want was, how does this affect me in AV? Now, real quickly, as long as audiovisual technologies rely on the network for transporting your media, control, audio, video, you're going to have this. It's going to be a part of your life. So take the time, invest time in learning more about virtual switching. It'll help you down the line, and it also gives you the opportunity to build on your AV skill base. Thank you very much for your time.
this is like his color gray, and all my blue background boxes were orange. Don't know, so they're gonna reload up my new presentation.
Welcome to the Technology Innovation Stage, Colleen Morris.
Hi. Hello and welcome everybody to the last day of InfoComm. I hope everyone has enjoyed this event so far. I know I have enjoyed it, and it's great to be here in person. I'm here today to discuss the integration of production into virtual event platforms, or how we have affectionately termed it, gray ops, because the world of virtual events is not black and white. So let's start by introducing ourselves. Who is Opus? Opus Agency partners with world-shaping brands to catalyze movements through shared experiences. Across 4 decades, our end-to-end capabilities have accelerated momentum at the intersection of events, content, and community. Category creators and global brands trust us to scale excellence across focused strategy, fearless creativity, emerging technology, and agile delivery. All together, from hubs throughout the United States, in the heart of London and around the world, you'll find our teams forming and fueling the future of brand movements. Now, let's dive a bit deeper into how we arrived at the term gray to describe this role. It started way back in 2020, as the world was deeply impacted by the global pandemic. As we leveraged the talents of our teammates that had extensive experience with registration platforms and web development, also known as our digital studios team, we as an agency had to adapt and dig deep into the production capabilities of various platforms. Our technical production teams used their in-person event experience to help uncover potential pitfalls for those providing content to those various platforms. We dubbed the area as Gray Ops. It's the space between our digital studios team, technical production team, and our content studios team. Most platforms appear similar at a high level. However, we found that once you dig deep into the details of the attendee experience, those details profoundly affect how we produce virtual sessions. It goes beyond platform final video specs and best practices. It goes to ownership of who is responsible for the speaker to show up to their session virtually. From tracking to uploading, Gray Ops is the final session quality control to ensure that virtual attendees are experiencing the correct virtual event experience. Okay, so now that you've gotten to know us a little bit better, it's time to dive into the content of this presentation. And our first stop is content. Content for events have a wide array of definitions, applications, and owners. As they say, content is king. Content touches every work stream, and in many cases, that same piece of content has multiple owners. With so many stakeholders, clear direction can become muddy, and this is where Gray Ops can provide clarity. Let us define some examples of content in context to this presentation. Session content is by far the most widely used event content that crosses almost all work streams. Some of the ways that this content is utilized is on event registration websites, event platforms, and presentation title slides. Due to the extended gap in time between registration launch and the recording of pre-recorded content, there can be discrepancies between session content listed on the pre-recorded title slide and the event platform. It is critical that a thorough QC is done to update the platform to match the pre-recorded title slide. Presentation decks also have many elements of content, either within the decks themselves or at the different stages of the deck life cycle. For example, many virtual sessions share PDF versions of presentation decks as supplemental handouts for the attendees to access. So it's important that any updates to the deck made throughout the post-production process are tracked and clearly communicated to ensure the accuracy of the handouts accessed by the attendees on the virtual platform. Pre-recorded videos, caption files, and thumbnails are also all content that needs to be tracked with a virtual session. Now let us go on a journey of a single virtual session and explore how different platform capabilities affect how we produce the session and the amount of content that needs to be tracked, uploaded, and QC'd. One second. All right. The most important element to define early on is how an attendee will experience a session in the virtual event platform. Some questions that need to be answered include, is the session in person, live streamed, semi-live, video on demand, or a combination? Will the same session be available on multiple dates and times, and is there a need to add a sponsor pre-roll or post-roll to any sessions? It is also vital to identify early on if the session will need to be accessible on an additional platform post-event. Those examples can include client, internal platforms, other CDNs, and social sites. There are many more questions that need to be asked depending on whether the session is live streamed, semi-live, and or video on demand. And we will get to those later on in the presentation. For now, let us define the example session we are using for this journey. Our session. It will be semi-live, available on 3 different dates and times using the Follow the Sun event model. The session will be available as a video on demand after it is viewed semi-live, and sponsor ad pre-rolls are needed. Additionally, this session will have English captions, translated subtitles in 5 languages, a handout of the deck, and a thumbnail is needed. And just for fun, this session will also live post-event on another platform. So let us see how the answers to the above questions can impact production workflow based on 2 different virtual event platforms, including the post-event platform. Okay, so let's take a look at our first example. This platform does have the ability to allow semi-live sessions to switch to video on demand after the semi-live session is complete. To accommodate the multiple dates and time requests, this platform will create 3 distinct sessions. This platform also supports closed caption and up to 15 VTT files per video. The platform also supports a separate pre-roll video, document uploads, and individual session thumbnails. In this example, our single session will need to be uploaded 3 times, 1 to each date and time instance. And there's no need for the separate VOD since this platform has the ability for life after the semi-live event. All right. Each of the 3 instances will have the same content uploaded and QC'd. 1 session video and 1 closed caption file with 5 translated subtitle files, 1 pre-roll video and 1 closed caption file and 5 translated subtitle files, 1 handout and 1 thumbnail. Okay, so now this one session has 48 total pieces of content to track, upload, and QC based on this example. And I bet this number is not your first number you thought of when we were talking about one session, right? Okay, so next we'll add in the post-event platform requirements and review how this impacts our current session content that has already been identified for creation based on the event platform. So for our post-event platform will need sponsor roll, does not need the sponsor roll pre-rolls and no handouts. And additionally, it needs SRT files opposed to VTT files. Since the event platform and the post-event platform have different caption file requirements, this means we need to create new files for closed caption and translation. We are now adding 8 additional pieces of content to upload, track, and QC, while 6 of these items are net new creations. And that brings our total to 56 pieces of content tracked, uploaded, and QC'd for one session. Now imagine if you had 50 similar sessions. That would be 2,800 pieces of content tracked, uploaded, and QC'd. And you might be asking yourself, Self, why does this matter? And I would say, great question, Self. Not having a clear session journey early on or pivoting platforms will impact workback schedules, budgets, and may result in content that is finished having to be reworked. All right, so let us see how a platform pivot can impact our content session with our second example platform. Cool. Here are the elements of this platform that are different from our first example. Excuse me. This platform does not support SimuLive sessions to switch to video on demand after the SimuLive session is complete. This platform also does not support separate pre-roll videos. In this example, our single session will need to be uploaded 4 times, 1 to each date type instance and an additional upload for video on demand. Each of the 4 instances will have the same content uploaded and QC'd. The only difference from the first platform is that our pre-roll video will have to be baked in to the final video, or in other terms, one video file that contains both pieces of content. The same one session on this platform has 36 total pieces of content to track, upload, and QC. Okay, so now let's see how the post-event platform impacts this session. Our post-event platform requirements are the same from example 1. And just like our previous post-platform example, we will have to create SRT files instead of VTT files. We are now adding 8 additional pieces of content to upload and track in QC, while 7 of those items are net new creations. The thumbnail in this example is the only piece of content that is not different. This is because we have to create a whole new video file that removes the pre-roll. This brings our total to 44 pieces of content tracked and QC'd for this one session. I hope the journey of the single session illustrates the importance of defining session journey early in the process and how the event platform can impact the production workflow. As previously mentioned, there are many more questions that need to be asked depending on whether the session is live stream, SimuLive, and/or available as video on demand. Most of these questions revolve around the attendee perspective, similar to our previous questions. Here are a few to consider. Understanding what the attendee sees before the session is launched is vital to understanding live stream timing, SimuLive countdown clock functionalities, thumbnails, and many other elements. For instance, for video on demand, if the attendee is viewing all VODs in a gallery view, having the same thumbnail visible for all sessions would be visually repetitive. In this instance, using the title slide from the deck or alternating a handful of thumbnails will add visual diversity to your page. However, if the attendee is accessing the video on demand through Session Catalog, you can use the thumbnail for each session or one thumbnail per session track. It is equally important to understand what happens if a session runs over or under the published time. I mean, no matter how hard the speaker tries, most either fall a little short or a little bit over of their allotted time. I'm pretty sure I will. With the pre-recorded content, there is the ability in post-production to add a bumper to extend the session to fill the full published time. There are some platforms that will throw up a generic, "the session has ended," in place of the player. And this is so if an attendee navigates to a 30-minute session and the session was only 12 minutes, they at least know that the session is complete. However, there is an opportunity to extend the event look and feel by a simple bumper reel that plays for the remainder of the session. On it, you can advertise when the session is available on demand, a reminder to fill out the survey, which, hint, it's super important, okay? Or other opportunities the attendees may want to know about. Running overtime is equally important to understand. Some platforms will not allow attendees to access the player after the scheduled time has concluded. If your session is running over time, the attendee navigates away from the web page, they will not be able to view the end of the session. And some platforms will actually cut off the attendee access to the platform at the end of the scheduled session time. Pre-roll features can be tricky. For SimuLive, some pre-roll features must be viewed before the attendee can access the SimuLive. If the attendee is running 5 minutes late to a keynote, and then they must sit through a 5-minute pre-roll, they are now 10 minutes late to the keynote, which is not the desired result. If that is the case, the direction you may need to take is to be baking in the pre-rolls throughout the platform for this, even though the platform has a pre-roll function. Some additional questions to ask for live stream and SimuLive sessions. Understanding how the platform integrates live feeds from other CDNs and how the native platform CDN live feed functions is critical. Some platforms allow control over the activation and deactivation of your stream. Having this flexibility and control will allow for a greater range of testing and troubleshooting prior to the event. Other platforms will generate feeds close to the event date and will activate the stream at a specific time before the event. This option is perfect for the plug-and-play style live stream session. However, it does not allow for any flexibility in testing, troubleshooting, and contingencies. If the CDN has a native RTMP feed backup, this is a great feature to enable to add security to your streaming. However, depending on the robustness of the contingency plan for the event, this may not be your only backup stream. Most platforms allow access to the stream, the session player prior to the session start time. Normally, these are set anywhere from 15 minutes to 5 minutes before the scheduled session time. This allows the attendee who navigates to the page close to the start of the event to mitigate caching issues. Some CDNs have a built-in countdown clock, while other platforms rely on the content to have the built-in countdown clock. Okay, there are many, many more subtle questions to ask, conversations to be had on best ways to track massive amounts of content, and other tips and tricks. However, we've come to the end of my allotted time. Thank you guys all for attending our session today. I hope you found it informative. I know it is a lot to digest in a short amount of time, and topics are heavy in nuances. So feel free to reach out via email, and I will also be available off stage if anybody has any specific questions. Thank you.
please welcome moderator Jessica Lapaswala to the stage.
Okay, hello everybody. Good afternoon. Happy Friday, last day of Infocom. You can see some smiley faces and some tired faces here. I'd like to introduce our panelists for this very relevant session on live events in the metaverse, which seems to be a buzzword going around at the moment, and particularly at Infocom. So I'm going to start from the end there. I'm going to introduce you to Matt Ward from the Fuse Technical Group, Joshua Kell from Esports Integration and Horizon AVL, and last but not least, Adrian Rashad Driscoll, who's from Collimation. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
I'm going to ask you to each introduce yourselves, but only for 20 seconds because we are quite tight on time. Matt, would you like to start by introducing what you do and what is your...
I run a small research group for Fuse Technical Group, and we're looking at new applications and ways that technology can be used in novel ways. And mostly I'm just curious and have an irrational belief that things are possible right up until they aren't. So it's following things through is kind of a key part.
Curiosity is your superpower. Great. Josh?
My name is Joshua Kell. I'm the CEO of Horizon AVL and Esports Integration. So Horizon AVL, we're a 40-year-old AV integration firm. About 7 years ago, we designed a whole division dedicated to esports. Primarily, we work in the education market. We've worked with over 140 colleges and universities across the US. We've helped them build their curriculum, the roadmap planning and design, and we also build the facilities from a design perspective. And then from a superpower perspective, I would say, thinking outside the box from a creativity standpoint, a lot of our clients want to bring these career pathways, this curriculum, and they want to make an inviting space for the students. And so we really walk them through that narrative.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you. And Adrian?
Adrian Rashad Driscoll, co-founder of Collimation. We do experiences. Some are in AR, VR, some are in 2D, some have just audio. I think my superpower would be telling stories. Everything's a narrative. Everything has to start with narrative. We make sure that that's what we really focus on. So that's about it. Yeah, telling stories.
Excellent. Okay, so let's talk about this buzzword, the metaverse. I don't want to sort of talk about what it is, but more how do we differentiate what we've all been through over the last 2 years, which is going to virtual events and then hybrid events. So how is the metaverse different to virtual and hybrid events? Adrian, if I can start with you.
Sure. I mean, the metaverse is just a digital extension of yourself, so I think in the last couple of years it's become more prominent, but it's been around. I mean, Second Life was a version of the metaverse, people are going to create avatars in ways that they identify with that may not have been accessible to them before. And then you extend that to how you go to events and how you consume daily life, and it's not going anywhere. It's going to be an extension of what our life IRL is now.
And Josh, do you think there's a difference between virtual hybrid events and what is the metaverse just a new name for virtual events?
I would say so. I think it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. Is it just a rebranding or a reskinning of hybrid events? I think it goes a lot deeper into the social interactions, and especially when we look at it from an esports perspective. What is the engagement with the players, with also the community? Twitch is really somewhat a form of that, right? We've been interacting with other people across the globe through this platform of watching a game, but then simultaneously we're interacting.
Yeah, and Matt, what's your view on the metaverse and it's kind of where it intersects with live events?
I would say that we don't know yet, which is kind of a very fuzzy answer. But I look at what we've done the last 2 years during the pandemic and virtual events in general, and I don't see them as that different from existing sort of remote conferencing. It's just scaled up. There's no spatial awareness. You know, I mean, Second Life isn't that different from even games that precede that by a decade, where we're engaged multiple people in a space. So to be in the metaverse, I think you have to take that person, you have to take yourself, and it has to bridge where you are now and where you are in that virtual space.
Right.
And for that to be persistent and, you know, and connected, and we're working on it, but I don't think we have any experiences that, or maybe we have very few experiences that really would qualify.
Yeah, I guess, Adrian, it comes back to that storytelling piece, doesn't it? It's, you know, how do we create something with purpose? And so what would your advice be for, I guess we're sitting in a room, I'm guessing the audience are live event producers, production companies, and if they want to kind of make a move into the metaverse world, then how do they start with the story, the narrative?
I mean, it's experience first, you know. There are benefits, like you can't replace in real life, and you shouldn't go to try to replace it. It should be an extension. You know, if you're doing anything that has to do with AR, VR, you know, what are the benefits of it? You know, understanding that not everybody's going to put a headset on. There are just going to be people who won't ever do it. You know, not everybody wants to hold their phone up for AR for, you know, 20 minutes. Like, you have to think about this. How can it be beneficial to the audience? You know, once you have that in mind and your narrative focus, as opposed to using the gimmick of, you know, immersive media or the metaverse, and you say, hey, this is, do you want to party in Atlanta or Atlantis? You know, these are things that you can create without the raw materials. Maybe you extend that. But it has to be a benefit to the user, or it will always shine through as just a gimmick.
And once you've kind of, you know, you've figured out what your purpose is, and you know that the metaverse will be of benefit, then Matt, a question to you is, you know, how do you then go about researching into where to start and what to do? It's you know, so huge. Where would you advise is the best sort of place to start?
I mean, people have been experimenting with this for a long time, the whole concept of spatial computing. What Microsoft was imagining they might do with Kinect. You look at earlier, like time-of-flight cameras and attempting to map people in real time. So all of these things connect. Holoplot, who are just down the aisle here, are doing spatialized audio. So you can control and localize experiences for individual people in that space. But none of that really works personally if it doesn't know it's me. So in that environment, I should be hearing something and you may be hearing something completely different, but it should be for me. If it's just because I'm standing on an X, I don't think it qualifies.
Yeah.
You know, there has to be that connection, and you as an individual have that portability to take yourself through those spaces. So like Bluetooth LE, where it, you know, it's sensing your phone in a store. How does that mature to where it's actually useful? Right. You know, I think there's a lot of questions like that where the technology's there, but somebody has to put it all together.
Yeah, and that's the tricky part. Josh, what would your advice be on that?
I mean, I would definitely second that. You know, I think we have parts and pieces of what can come together as a collective solution, but you know, someone that needs to pioneer that concept to put it together has been sort of, I think, the challenge where we are today. And so, you know, once again, taking it back to specifically from an esports perspective, you know, we have parts and pieces from an XR, VR gaming perspective that exists in gaming and esports. But, you know, to fully apply that and to drop that into the metaverse itself, it still needs to be hashed out. We still have a long way to go.
But I feel like esports is a very progressive sector.
It is. It is a very progressive sector. I mean, just look at. Well, it's a cultural thing as well, right? If I look where I am as a gamer, right, playing competitive esports almost 20 years ago, it's very different than it is today. my two kids are experiencing it very different than how I did growing up. And the generation older has no understanding of it. And so it is progressive, but it is also driven by that culture in a lot of ways from an esports perspective. And the metaverse will be driven by that culture too, simultaneously. They're into it. We were talking earlier, they just don't care sometimes, the younger generation. They'll just get on Instagram and start posting and they just don't care about that process. And so they kind of throw themselves into that world without really thinking about some of the outcomes of what that would be.
Is that a positive, or could it be a negative as well? I mean, will that next gen sort of forget how to interact IRL at in-person events? Does the metaverse have its downsides?
I would definitely say so. I think when we look at like these events, these large events, we're back in person, and I hear all the time it's good to be back, because there is that level of human interaction and connection that we as a culture and society and as humans desire, right? We desire that level of connection. Virtually, we can simulate that, and I think we could get pretty close to that, but there's still something about touch and interaction from that perspective that's very intimate, and I think that's very key.
I think it's also important to think, though, or to remember that most of us desire that experience. There's a lot of people who, during the pandemic, they've experienced this sort of retreat into a comfort zone, where all this interaction and going to big events, like maybe they never really liked it, but they did it because their friends are doing it, and now they have access to a lot of that, but they don't have to be in the middle of a big crowd, and or they don't have to, like, in person address somebody. They can just do it online, and so I think there's going to be like different approaches.
Sure,
absolutely.
What are your thoughts, Adrian?
I mean, it's a fear that's been huge for everybody, but I mean, you think about it, like when texting came out, people quit calling on the phone. Like it was drastic. It's like, oh my gosh, people can't talk anymore. They be right next to you, gonna have a conversation with you, and they just want to text you instead. So it's a tool. Using things in the metaverse versus IRL, these are just tools. But I think opening metaverse options up and making everything hybrid lets people consume things the way they want to consume it. Not everybody wants to be in a big crowd. Some people thrive on it, and it's now you have these extra ability to say, hey, look, do it how you want. So now it becomes inclusive, which I think is important because it builds that community.
That's a really important point, is that it is an enabler of inclusivity, and children, elderly, people that can't travel, people that have are introverts, perhaps don't like going to events. It opens up a whole new world for them. So there is the benefit. The silver lining is the accessibility issue. Matt, what are your thoughts on accessibility and the metaverse sort of opening up this whole new world for people?
Well, I think that goes back to it being tied to your personal preferences. And so if you are somebody who does not like going out as much, an experience can be tailored for your enjoyment at home, your engagement at home, and or in smaller groups. Because sometimes, like I had a friend, one kid wanted to go to the big high school, the other kid needed to go to the small high school. It's thriving in those different environments. And why do we all need to have the exact same path through these experiences, which goes to story, because you have to change the story.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to think of the narrative differently in terms of pacing and scale for these different consumers. And that offers some opportunities, though, to target, to engage in different ways. And that's one of the things that I think is missing, going back to the first question of were all these virtual events that? And really, no. In a weird way, before the pandemic, we were just starting to see events acknowledge that not everybody coming to the event had the same desire to be jumped on by salespeople and engage in large groups. And we made it easier for people to flag their preferences. And sort of the pandemic wiped all that away, but also maybe opened some doors for us to do a better job at it.
So you mentioned that it's important to look at everyone's experience as their own. Everyone has individual experiences, and some people prefer in person and some people virtual. So is it important for live events companies to have, if you're working on one event, for example, to have a digital metaverse strategy or journey, audience journey, and another one for in-person attendees, so their experience is different? Do you think it's important to differentiate those and have different sort of plans for different experiences for one event? Adrian, it looks like you're thinking about that one. You're thinking about that.
No, I mean, I've had companies come to me forever and say, hey, what can we do in VR? What can we do in AR? Like, sometimes it doesn't belong, and I think not every event is going to find a need for a metaverse strategy. There are going to be events that are 10 people big. You want me to go create a metaverse footprint for your 10 people? What value is it adding? I do think that if you do decide to implement a metaverse segment or an addition or make this a leg of it, that you have to look at it differently, because it is different, and there's no cookie cutter approach that's going to solve everything, because people consume things differently.
Tell us your approach in the world of esports. How do you approach the metaverse? And
it is all based upon the event, the experience, the game. Something that is large like Overwatch or League of Legends is a lot different than maybe a mobile game that is being played on our phones, right? So your audience is going to be completely different. And those large events sort of already consider the online community, because esports and gaming is such an online community, right? That's where we live, we thrive, right?
Yeah.
We've been operating in that mindset way before a pandemic ever came around, right? So we already sort of understood that. And so when we're designing and developing these strategies, that interaction for the online community is part of that experience. But has that been thought out also by the software developers? Because that actually opens up a whole new level of questions and understandings, because they have the game itself, they have the engines that build these games. We can extract all of that and then immerse the online user into a deeper experience. And so, but that's still, that's development that needs to happen. And there already have been directions with XR and VR, and there have been those seeds that have been planted, but really it's still in its infancy stages.
There's something about those specific experiences that I think is really important carrying forward, which is you look at those esports and games, and you have an account.
Yes.
You have an identity.
Yep.
And there's a reason Facebook, as a conglomerate, is so interested in this area, and it is because it's about identity. If you're going to have portability across all these experiences, you need to be tracked across them, and that's valuable.
Absolutely.
But this doesn't work. If I go to your thing and I have one experience, and then I go to another thing in a week, and I have to set up and have my experience, unless it's connected to me, it's not going to be persistent. It's not going to follow me on from there. And that should be opt-in, obviously, but it should be something where you just do, and you sort of collect all this going forward, because why are we inputting all this data, and what if we want to go back? Why are we going to have the same experience?
Yeah.
If we go to Illuminarium here, it's like it should know I went through there last week, and it should be able to adapt the story. And that's all possible, but we need to do a whole bunch of work to get there.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet, are we? No. There's quite a few steps to go. What do you think the steps that we need to take, Adrian, to get to that point?
I mean, having something that goes across mediums. I think a lot of companies are focused on competition. There's no room for competition yet. People are still getting in, and it's like, if I have an avatar system that I identify with, it knows me. This is what I've built. I shouldn't have to build another one for another platform. I shouldn't have to, and there are companies like Ready Player Me and, that are creating avatars, and they're trying to be hey, agnostic. And things like that are huge goals. But you know, you have to have community feedback to say, what is that going to look like? It's agnostic, but what's it going to look like? What's it going to feel like? What's really important? And a lot of companies think they know, but you don't know anything. It's your audience. You know, you could build the best platform in the world. If no one sees it, then it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, and that's just the truth.
So it sounds like the future is more about sort of collaboration between companies, between different communities to really enhance the experience for the user.
So. Yeah.
Is that happening in the esports industry a lot?
Yeah.
Is it quite collaborative?
You know, when every software developer does their game differently, right? And so the way that even the platforms in which you're logging into the game is even different. There's platforms like Steam that kind of bring a bunch of titles together, but you know, from a gaming perspective, it's still very segmented from each experience, each game, each competition, and so there needs to be sort of a general collaboration that needs to come together to bring that in.
Yeah. I just want to move on to skills. In terms of, you know, the metaverse isn't going away. It's here, and you know, we all realise that it's going to be a game changer for many sectors, including live events. So, if companies are to, you know, thrive and survive, they will need the skills to be able to execute a metaverse strategy, whether it's a small strategy or a large-scale strategy. Where are those skills coming from? You know, is there an abundance of skills? Is it a case of nurturing and finding those skills? What's happening in that space at the moment?
I'll take the approach from the education side. So our team has written several majors and minors in the esports world. That's everything from content creation, broadcast, IT, cybersecurity, marketing. All of those actually can contribute to the metaverse themselves. And just so you know, from an AV perspective, we have a pretty large shortage of skilled AV individuals that we as integrators are always challenged with.
Yeah.
You know, we're trying to find an installer, we're trying to find a programmer. We're lacking in skill even in just the AV integration world. And so our goal and directive has been, how do we use something like esports as a vessel to then develop the career and pathways that we need, and we sort of did it selfishly, so that we can find talented individuals that are going through production and audio engineering and video production. And now we sort of have this footprint and our pulse on what colleges and universities, what high schools. We've written a full 4-year national CTE core standard high school curriculum that will feed into colleges.
Right.
And so it has to start early. And it has to start with the adoption of these concepts from a perspective, and then to move them through from a higher education.
Yeah, and that's brilliant. It's so good to hear that you are starting early and you're sharing that knowledge and you've written a curriculum, because that's the only way. You know, if you start at the very early stages, you're going to it's going to become part of the fabric. Yeah. And Matt, what are you seeing in terms of skills? You know, that Josh mentioned there is generally a skills shortage in the AV industry. So how are we as an industry going to excel in the metaverse space?
Change. Now, I mean, networking, which is all over this hall, is obviously going to be critical. But understanding storytelling, having a background in theater, there's all sorts of things that come to bear here. We have a group called Framework that originally was focused on real-time content, but in the pandemic shifted to online and bounced through different sort of virtual conference setups, and will eventually do a in real life event this coming year. But Framework's focused on education and sharing information, and it's media server people, people who do a lot of the real-time content for virtual production, for XR stages. So one of the other founders worked on the Katy Perry video that really helped launch interest in XR. So Berto over there has done a lot of amazing stuff. And So including AR for BTS and bringing AR into into concert environments. And all of these people are actively trying to like have conversation, educate new people coming into the space, because we are at a point where it's growing, we don't have the talent, and we're still learning. So it's a time when people are really open. Like if you have a question, you can ask somebody else, and they will supply an answer.
And I guess that's where collaboration comes back into it, because everyone's learning, everyone's in the same boat. It's important to collaborate and share the knowledge and educate each other.
Yeah, we're also, Fuse is setting up a XR stage on 42nd Street in New York. And part of the mandate is that a big chunk of that time is for education and training. And it's partnerships with manufacturers, but it's also part of this experimentation and creating a bubble in which we can try things out.
Yeah.
So.
Adrian, any thoughts on that?
And yeah, and then when it, you have to start. You have to start early. I'm all about educating, and then once you get there, you're in the hiring process, letting go of the traditional, I'm over your shoulder every second, because that's when you stifle the creativity. That's when you lose all the people who can do these things. And like, anybody can learn Unity, anybody can learn Unreal, anybody can learn these engines that power the metaverse, very strongly. But most of the time, they don't have the opportunity, because it's like, stay in your lane. No, you're a marketing guy. Well, there are a lot of things in XR that could apply to marketing, but they never have the opportunity because they have a tech company that is being run by someone who has very traditional, old school way of, you have to do what I say. Then how are you going to innovate if you don't allow your employees to be innovative?
Okay, so we've got a couple of minutes left. I'm going to ask each one of you, this time next year, where do you think we'll have progressed to in terms of the metaverse and live events? I'm going to ask the audience first. If you've got any questions, we've got a couple of minutes. Ask on Slido, and I can ask the panelists the questions on your behalf. So, Josh, I come to you.
I wish I had a crystal ball.
Future gaze for us slightly. Help us out.
Yeah, so let me try to peer into my virtual crystal ball for a moment. I think technology is, well, goodness gracious. One, I hope that supply chain issues become better than what they are, because that will help this whole progress move along. But there are a lot of creative people out there. I think we're going to be a little better than where we are presently. Obviously, it's progressing along, and it's going to be talking more about it. A lot of these manufacturers are going to start keying in, as they did with esports, right? It's taken years for esports to become where it is today, but it's. I wouldn't even be able to get a percentage, but I would just say I definitely see we're going to see a little bit more traction in the metaverse by this time next year.
Matt?
I'm going to echo some of this. If anybody has a 400 gig switch that'll do PTP, come meet me at the stage after the show. That I could get in the next, okay. So I'll carry it off the show floor. I mean, maybe. But no, in a year, I think it's going to be like 80% odds that you're having this same conversation with 3 different people.
Yeah.
We're at that point where you need a moment of crystallization. And is it Apple releasing AR glasses? Is it, like something will happen, because even with the iPhone, which is sort of a great example of this, all the ingredients for that were around for years. It just took somebody with some vision and some discipline to strip away the junk and get to the basic building blocks so that people could access it. So it's not for some eccentric hobbyist. Like, I own touchscreen smartphones that predate the iPhone by 2 years. And were they good? They were phones.
Right.
But so I think it's hard to say, but odds are we don't get there in the next year.
Okay. And Adrian, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're before this becomes a thing, like everyone's doing, we're 10 years out. Like realistically, come on, like in a year we're gonna be a little bit better, you know. There are a few big barriers, you know, when it comes to immersive media headsets, they can't look so crazy, you know. Once we get to something that looks like your Ray-Bans, it's actually more than just an AR overlay, and it could be, you know, when you don't stand out by wearing it, it's gonna be great. You know, right now we're at the early adoption stage. A bunch of us nerds are like, yeah, let's get it, and it's great. You know, to get everyone in, it has to be like, oh, I can do this and still be cool. I could do this and still, you know, keep that coolness factor. But yeah, in a year, it will be better. There will be more people, but it's not going to be the turnkey that everyone's hoping for probably about 10 years, I think.
Step by step.
Absolutely.
10 years?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It sounds like be curious, collaborate with each other, educate each other. The metaverse is here to stay.
Absolutely.
But the most important thing is the narrative and how you embed it in your storytelling. Don't use technology for technology's sake.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, audience.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Barcelona, home to some of the most distinctive architecture in the entire world. From the ancient to the modern to the bold and colorful, the buildings of Barcelona are a feast of shapes, texture, and color. For the audiovisual community, the relationship between technology and design can be challenging. If an AV expert is brought in too late, it limits the potential solutions that they can provide. So today, we're checking out Catet Optica, an eyeglasses store where AV worked hand in hand with architects and interior designers to create a gorgeous shopping experience.
El meu avi, que el 1888, ells tenien una fàbrica familiar fabricant d'ulleres i es va enamorar de la ciutat i finalment el 1902 va obrir la primera botiga al Portal de l'Àngel.
Catet is a company with a lot of history, and it became for us quickly a challenging project in how to help to transform a very traditional company, adding these digital layers, but at the same time preserving all the history.
Balancing tradition and cutting-edge technology can be tricky, but fortunately the team in Instronic was involved in the design of the space from the very beginning.
It is very important to get into the project at the early stages of the project, so there is where you really can influence on how to integrate the technology. In this specific case, for example, the interior design was something very clean, minimal.
La idea que teníem nosaltres és de poder interactuar amb els nostres clients. No volíem un espai fred tecnològic que el client tingués que participar, que se'l deixés a l'aventura davant de la informàtica, sinó que fos els nostres col·laboradors amb el client que pogués d'una forma positiva jugar.
Before clients can shop in the store, they have to find the store. And on this busy Barcelona street, it's more difficult than you would think.
One of the peculiarities of this space is that this is a really big space, but it has like a very narrow and tiny entrance and a low visibility along the street. And we designed a solution on the entrance that can get like a great impact from the outside, from the exterior face, and also a high visibility along the street. To create an impact, we cannot put it like perpendicular because we're going to use like, it goes like, here it goes like every centimeter is so important because the entrance has to be like as much open as possible.
For much of the space, the design and digital signage are subtle, but there's one AV component that's a real showstopper.
In the sport area, they wanted to have the clients to have an interaction. We decided for a simple lift and learn solution. You lift a product and it triggers a video, and at the end it's something quite simple, but we were looking for this effectiveness.
Tot aquest món, avui en dia, que és nou, poder explicar al client amb les noves tecnologies, amb una pantalla, amb imatges, amb so, facilita molt la comprensió i l'explicació de cap al client i el client ho comprèn millor i llavors tota la venda és més fàcil i la satisfacció final del client també.
Since opening its doors, this award-winning store has welcomed customers from all around the world. As much fun as it was to show you all around today, I have some exploring to do. Thank you. We'll see you next time.
me.
Just kidding.
Got
There
it.
we go. Hey.
Oh,
There's it. There it is.
Sorry, everybody had seen
No,
that.
it's okay. You guys get to hear me again, which is great. Hey, welcome back to the AVIXA Exchange live booth for our final session of InfoComm, unfortunately. But we've got this last one, and I'm joined by none other than my co-host, Miss Sam Powell.
Almost at the end of the day. It's been a pleasure sitting next to you, Ben. You give me life. That's all I
She
can
holds
say.
me down. It's great. It's wonderful. But we're talking enterprise audio in this first session, joined today by Mr. Tim Hernquist of Jabra and Lawrence Simon from Crestron. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, very happy to be here.
Tim, we'll go ahead and start with you. You know, when we talk about the AV enterprise market, obviously the needs are a little bit more different than an experiential AV installation, things like that. You know, what are some of the trends that you're seeing right now, especially from the last 2 to 3 years, that the enterprise AV market is looking for?
Yeah, obviously, I hate to say it, but I'm going to use the buzzword of hybrid work. That's what we see every day, and actually we see it all the time when we talk to our customers. Hybrid work is here, and it's here to stay. Folks are going to be working at home, at work, or anywhere in between. And so, I'm back. Okay, so if we're working at home, at work, and anywhere in between, you need to have technology that enables good, productive experiences either way. So that's what we talk about now.
Oh, there we go. Okay, and sorry, Lauren, same question to you. What are some of the things you've seen over the last 2 to 3 years in the enterprise AV market?
I have to go with the buzzword, right? It is hybrid work, but it's all about how our environments have to change to meet the new needs, right? People are always going to be, there's always going to be a remote element, but there always still needs to be that collaboration in person. So how do you make sure your space is designed to facilitate the needs of both your in-person and your remote workers is where we're seeing all the changes going.
And making sure that you have all of the right pieces in place obviously is very important. So can you just speak a little to what you're seeing are the buying patterns within this market?
Yeah, so I mean, for us, they're upgrading existing technologies. We have the base of what we need. We just need to now change technology's evolved so much in the last 2 years, especially on the video side. You know, it's making sure that we have the right solutions in the right spaces, and that's kind of what's driving the decisions. We're seeing a lot of real estate change. We're seeing a lot of floor plans being ripped up and adding in more flexible spaces, more desk booking types, areas where you have a hot desking type location, and obviously, video conferencing and intelligent video is being added into almost every one of the spaces now.
Exactly. So we're also seeing that people who are coming back into the office want a place where they can collaborate easily, but they also want a place in the same office where they can get their head down and get some work done. So being able to offer them a wide portfolio of services and products that can enable productivity in both scenarios is what we're talking about.
Well, look, we talk about the people coming back into the office, and ironically enough, when we talk about AV installations, they're often operated by people who are not technical whatsoever, outside of being able to use one of these bad boys. But, Lauren, whenever you're building products and you're designing integrations, how do you design from a standpoint of an end user who literally may not even know how to use your product?
It's gotten even worse in the last couple of years. If you think about it, right? Before, when everybody was in the office 100% of the time, they had time to play with stuff, right? And we had more time to train them. Well, now you have people who come into the office once or twice a week. And so if something changes, it's a bigger behavioral change for them. We actually see people that are afraid of the touchscreens on the wall. Even when we use touchscreens every day, they say, we don't want to break anything. And so for us, it's really designing a user experience that's the same across the board. So if I can operate one space, I can operate any space in my facility. And that's really what we're trying to focus our designs on, is making sure that everyone works the exact same way.
And Tim, on a similar note, especially on the video conferencing side, a lot of these end users are having to deal with basic video composition that they may not have had to deal with, right? Things like rule of thirds, lighting, just basic framing. Those are things that you're now having to deal with, maybe that you weren't having to deal with 3 to 4 years ago.
Yeah, there's a couple of parts to it that I think are important. First of all, making sure you're in the field of view if you're in the meeting. Older cameras were only looking at single lens focus and limited field of view. With the PanaCast 50, for example, we've got 180-degree field of view, so everybody who's in the room is in the meeting, first and foremost. And secondly, being able to create intelligent video experiences that curate the meeting a little bit so that the folks that are on the far end get a great experience as if they were in the room with the folks in the near end, in the room itself.
And continuing with that idea of creating those amazing experiences, while we've been here, we've been talking a lot about immersive experience, that technology that's available. Where do you see that playing more so in that enterprise realm, and yeah, where do you see the future of that?
So for me, I see it in every one of our spaces. We were actually just talking about this before we came on. We have a relationship and a partnership between Crestron and Jobber for their Panicast 50 and video conferencing kits, and we have a lot of different technologies that go, small rooms all the way to large spaces. What we were trying to get our customers to think about is what's the experience for not only the people in the room, but the people on the far end. Every space is different. We know not every room is just 4 square walls and a ceiling and a floor. Things like this are now turning into more collaborative workspaces. So how do we make sure that the experience in there is what we need? And there's a lot of different technologies that do it based on that type of experience.
Well, look, this is the final time we get to pull the AVIXA Slot Machine 5000 Random Question Generator 2.0, whatever we want to call it. So let's roll it one more time for Tim and Lauren.
The question is, what is the funniest AV trend right now?
Tim, I could see the eyes rolling back in your head right now, so we're starting with you, baby.
I'm going to talk about human fidelity. Human fidelity scale is what we talk about all the time. I love single lens cameras that are pulling people's heads apart, and often we talk about the guy who works out with a barbell on his left arm but not on his right arm. So for the Panicast 50, we're trying to fix that by creating a 3-lens camera that makes sure that the human looks like a human, so when you talk to that person, you don't have any dissonance, and you're having a good, productive meeting.
Look, it is, I will give you that. It is hilarious sometimes when someone shows up on screen and their face is like demorphed and weird and goofy. Lauren, we'll have you wrap us up here. Same question.
I was going to say the same thing.
Oh, sorry.
But for me, it's the bowling alley. Right, is that the same thing, right? Single camera lens where you've got that long, 20, 30 person table, and you can barely see the little marching heads at the other side. And we like to have a little bit of fun with that too.
Look, I appreciate you guys coming on and having a good time with us. To wrap up this session this week, we've got one more after this, but the absolute moment that everybody, specifically just me, has been waiting for, the third and hopefully not final episode of BenfoCom is ready. Let's play it. Hey everyone, welcome back to the next episode of BenfoCom. I am standing right now at what's called the Wheel of Death, which is terrifying. But this is Ka Theater here at the MGM Grand. Ka has been so generous and allowed us to go behind the scenes at the show and take a look at what makes the show tick. The depths, the bowels of the venue.
Well, we're not going to the pit.
Oh, we're not going to the pit. We're not going to the deepest bowels, but we're going to bow number 2. That was not, what was that? That was a weird thing I just said.
So at the beginning of the show, you have the fireballs and some atmosphere.
Yep.
Nothing crazy.
I love it because it's
Crazy.
just giant plumes of fire and a lot of fire in the show.
A lot of flame balls.
This is my wardrobe department.
Yeah. During the show, this entire structure goes down 16 and a half feet.
Wow.
My name is Donald Leffert. I am the lighting and special effects supervisor for Ka here. Anything that emits light or blows up, catches on fire, or smokes falls into my realm.
So naturally I have to ask, have you burned the place down yet?
No, I have not. It's still here. We're still good. Everything's safe.
Well, Donald, what's been your favorite thing so far about working on this show?
Just the epic scale of this show. You know, you're never ever going to see anything like this ever again. I mean, it is massive.
And now I'm joined by Lindsay, one of the people that you actually get to see on stage doing all the cool stuff that people like me and all the tech people around the world really wish we could do, but can't.
I started back in October 2013, so it's been about 8.5 years, and I've loved every minute of it.
Do you have to dive into the giant airbag below the stage?
We do fall into that airbag quite a bit throughout the show, but a cool little fact about that is it's the biggest airbag in the entire world, and so you won't see that anywhere else. It's something here that's very unique.
That was incredible to see backstage at what makes a Cirque show tick. Thanks again so much to the team at KA and Cirque and the MGM Grand for letting us go behind the scenes. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope you've had a great BenfoCom. Woo! That was fun. I will say we were backstage for about an hour, and it was one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life. So thank you very much again to the Cirque team and the team over at MGM and our wonderful film crew for risking your lives to film me being goofy. But other than that, Sam, I think we have some more guests.
I think we have two good guests, I would say. I would like to take this time to introduce you to two of my fabulous AVIXA co-workers. We have Sam Minish and Rodrigo Casusa. Nope, I did it wrong. You're gonna have to tell me. Casasuscoque. I did it. Awesome. Well, I want to thank them both for being here. They've worked tirelessly on our AVIXA Exchange platform. Hopefully, you've had a chance to stop by the booth if you are here. If not, we're definitely going to want to make sure that you're checking that out online. So I want to just turn it over to you guys now. Please tell us as much as you can about the AVIXA Exchange and what was the thinking behind it, and what are you hoping to accomplish with this platform?
For us, the idea was actually, InfoComm was one of our original sources of inspiration for the exchange. When you're in person and you're able to have communications and conversations and really dive into things that don't always translate outside of that. And when it came time to, as the world got a little weird the last couple of years, we knew that we had to be able to take that step and be able to connect that industry 365 days a year around the globe, create a very inclusive environment, create a very global environment that helped the industry really showcase what they were great at, and ask the hard questions that we're all asking ourselves, right? There's conversations on there about how to be more inclusive in your work, how to create your technology in such a way that it's accessible to global audiences and to different demographics. And there's conversations in there about everything from live events to conferencing and collaboration. And it's really designed to bring folks together, to bridge those gaps across technology, across people, and make them truly shine.
It's the space that was not there, right? It's that space where our industry can get together, companies, individuals, users, technology specialists of all kind. They can tell the story, they can put it out there so everybody can see it. And I was saying this before, we deal with a lot of intangibles, things that are very difficult to explain. And this is the space where companies and individuals will be able to tell their story and show around in a tangible way, what they do. So we are really excited about this.
Well, Sam, we were having a conversation with Dave on this stage earlier. We were talking about some of the new communities in AV, whether that's IT, whether that's higher education, ed tech, things like that. What the exchange actually does is it lowers the barrier for entry to those communities. But what is the goal once we get those people in the door with the exchange?
I think it's all about creating understanding, right? At the end of the day, though we're all here for technology, it's all about humans. I was talking to the brilliant Alicia Hensley earlier, and we had a really good conversation about how you've got to bring the people to the conversation, and you have to be able to create that human experience. By making the exchange so accessible, right? It's free for anybody, individuals to join. We're really trying to be able to create that accessibility into these new spaces, right? We have to be able to bridge gaps that we don't always know how to bridge, right? We have to be able to have the conversations that sometimes are hard, are sometimes, IT is a really good example. Many will argue that IT is AV and AV is IT, but not everybody who's in one or the other space identifies as being in one of those spaces. And that's okay, right? We all have our personal brand and our personal identity. And this is a place where you can showcase that within our community, right? These are all like-minded professionals These are folks that bring completely different perspectives from around the world. I mean, the challenges that are being solved, for example, in Latin America are very different in many ways, but also very similar to, you know, markets in EMEA and in APAC. So, and Rodrigo knows about that better than anybody.
Absolutely. Even today, we have IT people that are being told, oh, we need to build a conference room now. You're IT, you should do it. And they have no idea where to start. So the exchange is going to be that place where they can walk in, right, and find providers of every solution in their city, their countries, that will be able to help them to deliver this.
That's fantastic. And where can someone find the exchange? Where will they go to locate it?
So we've got it completely open to the world at this point. You do have to sign up for an account, but it's free and easy to sign up. It is at exchange with an X .avixa.org. And you can find it, you know, we'll be posting a lot of this content exclusively on the exchange so that we can continue these conversations. We've had such good depth of knowledge that's been shared this week, and we really want to share and continue that inspiration.
Well, Rodrigo, one of the things that I love about the exchange is, you know, a lot of times you see a platform like this and only the social media manager, only the marketer are the only people involved with this. The difference with the exchange is you see a lot of engineers, you see a lot of integrators and designers. What's the importance of having those communities on the exchange and not just the social media teams?
Well, because we are the ones that tell the story, right? Every person that works in the industry will have a voice, and that's, I think, makes it tremendously attractive for everyone. And I want to add another thing, that it will not be only in English. Va a estar en español, in Italian, Portuguese, many languages, and this makes it so easy around the globe.
Well, that's fantastic. And we also wanted to just briefly speak about, you know, us using this platform here at the AVIXA Exchange booth to have a direct channel to talk to the AV community with, you know, AVIXA TV. So I think, you know, would you like to speak a little bit about that? Because I think you're partially the brainchild.
I was a little bit involved, yeah. I have an absolutely brilliant team that's been executing on this and has really produced and designed some inspiration. What we're really trying to do, just much like the exchange, is be approachable, be accessible, be inclusive. We understand that not everybody can travel to shows yet, although you should. It's lots of fun. Yeah. And sometimes there's brand new audiences, right? And there's different types of folks that are able to come or not come. What we're trying to do is serve that audience that can't physically be here in a unique way, in a way that is very accessible to them, very snackable, very bite-sized, but still inspirational, still informative. And so bringing together AVIXA TV, which is sort of its own concept and its own conversation, and then you know, the AVIXA Exchange, which again was its own concept, bridging between the two of them just felt like a very natural step. We're going to continue. You'll see us throughout the world. AVIXA TV, this is not the last you have heard of AVIXA TV for sure. We've got some really incredible projects. A lot of them very much like the behind the scenes that we were able to do with Cirque. And yeah, they went out and they had a good time, because at the end of the day, AV is cool. Yeah. Like it's really cool.
And
so.
Dangerous.
Dangerous.
There's fire. And
face melting.
Danger.
Face melting.
Face
That
melting
is
was a big theme today.
The term of the day today. Well, thank you guys so much for being with us today. We really appreciate it. And I want everybody right now, if you can, go check out the exchange. And if you're still here at InfoComm, please stop by the booth. We've got so much energy still, and we're here to go over any questions that you may have. But it's really just going to be a continuation of all the excitement and energy and knowledge that we can share here within our Pro AV industry. So thank you so much again.
Thank you both.
So right now, I think we're going to take some time and take a look at the highlights from the week.
I am so excited to be here. Anybody who's not here is getting serious FOMO. I keep getting emails and texts from people saying they wish they were here. And I'm looking out at the the floor, and it's just busy, busy, busy. So I'm really happy to be here.
Because I'm from Europe, I flew over to come to this show and to see what's new, and the exhibitors show new stuff. So a lot of discussions are going on about flip chip, COB, about AVoIP, different technical things, and that's amazing.
It's also a chance to understand from our partners and customers, as well as some of our competitors, what's happening in the market, what's their need, what is some of the changes they are seeing, and how can we today and in the future meet those goals as well.
Look, it's been incredible to see everybody here this week. You know, we want to thank you guys so much for watching not only AVIXA TV live here from the booth, but also the Tech Innovation Stage. It's been incredible and wonderful and amazing to hear all the thought leadership, hear all of the trainings, both at the stage and here at the booth. Sam, any last words?
I couldn't agree with Ben more. It's been an honor and a privilege to work alongside you and vibe off of your energy and just to feel the energy here at InfoComm. And hopefully all of you can join us next year at InfoComm 2023, June 10th through the 16th in Orlando, Florida. So you may want to go ahead and buy your plane ticket now, because it's probably going to be like $2,000 at this point.
Oh, that is
Airfare is ridiculous.
I'll end with this. Shameless plug, we will be wrapping up the show over at the Technology Innovation Stage in about an hour from now. But before then, look, it doesn't matter if you're an integrator, it doesn't matter if you're brand new to the community, it doesn't matter if you've been here forever. We want you to interact on the exchange. It's a great place to share ideas and learn and train and really involve people that may not have had a voice previously. So we want you to talk, we want you to be heard, we want you to be seen. We encourage you to do that on the AVIXA Exchange. Thank you guys so much for tuning in this week to AVIXA TV Live from the AVIXA Exchange booth. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you all. Take care.
Joining us on the Technology Innovation stage, Crystal Pierce.
Well, this is fancy.
The chairs.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Facility Managers Technology Roadmap panel discussion. And happy Friday. If you're here right now, congratulations.
You made it.
You made it. You made it. The last day of InfoComm. So we're super happy that you're here. Before we actually get into introducing the panel, I'm actually going to have Simon kick us off with a couple slides.
Crystal's generously pinch hitting for a friend of ours who couldn't make it. He'll probably be the only person watching this on YouTube, or at least he better be. He was going to start off and just really talk about a couple of the industry organizations that we're part of and that we represent. Those being the IFMA IT community. Anybody familiar with IFMA? All right, great, a few hands up there. So International Facility Managers Association. The IT community specifically in conjunction with another entity, BETA, the Built Environment Technology Alliance, is really focusing on how do we help to develop, build, support, roll out technology to help support the corporate real estate and the FM communities. And there's a lot of great content there. Certainly if you're not familiar with IFMA, check it out. We're always looking for new members of the IT community. Next slide, Cheryl, please. There is a book that we developed a few years back, really focusing on the very specifics of the information technology world specific to facility managers. The second edition is available, and I believe there is a newer edition coming out soon enough. It really is a great guide for people to understand every aspect of technology and how it can impact the facilities world. I think one of the things we'll cover and that we're seeing is certainly the impact and just the different technologies that are needed and being supported in a post-pandemic environment, really mean that the skill sets are changing dramatically for traditional facility managers.
And we actually I'm here to drop a little teaser for the Facility Manager's Guide to Audiovisual Technology, and that will be coming out fall this year, so stay tuned.
So I would just like to have each of you take a couple minutes to introduce yourself, tell the audience what company you're with and what you do. So Colette, can we start with you?
Sure. So I'm Colette Temink. I'm a co-founder of a company called Blue Skyer. We are an FM advisory and ESG firm, so we help companies with their facilities management and ESG. And I also co-chair IFMA ITC community along with BETA. So really excited to be here today.
Thanks, Colette. Simon Davis, I'm founder of a company called Purposeful Intent. The company itself is really geared towards helping companies understand and develop their roadmap for the future of work. So as we come back to whatever's next for organizations, we help companies really develop the right type of strategy for if, when, why, how people should come back into the office. We support that by developing a community environment of end users to talk about what they're doing. So large companies talking about how they're addressing the future of work. And again, we'll talk about some of those components today. I'm also on the IT community of IFMA, help with arranging events and ensuring that we have great content. So,
Which you do.
Thank you.
My name is Cassie Wells. I am the corporate sales manager at CCS Presentation Systems. We're a national audiovisual integrator, and I have been with them and in the industry for 10 years. And I also have the pleasure of working with Crystal, so yeah.
So I am Crystal Pierce. I am the Director of Business Development at CCS. I have been with them for 3.5 years now, and I'm actually a former school teacher. So I'm still pretty new to the industry and loving it. So we're just gonna dive right in. Colette, I'm gonna kick things off with you. How are companies thinking and planning for space in today's environment?
So just skip two more charts and we'll get right there. Okay. So companies are thinking of space in two different ways. One is the physical space, which is now being broadened to include many different locations, right? Home, you have hotels, you have, I'm sure some of you are working even from here. So it is very mobile. So companies are thinking about how do they serve employees in different locations. So it's about the services that companies are providing. So how do you connect individuals in an asynchronous and a synchronous way, right? The way that they work. Do they work alone or do they have to collaborate with their teams? And if they have to collaborate, then it really falls within AV and technology. And how do you make that happen? But then how do you also draw people back into the office, right? There's been many surveys. I think PwC did one and they said 58% or a little over 50% of the people actually wanted to work a few days a week from home. Compare that to plus 60% of employers saying, you know, we would rather have you in the office. And then I think CNBC came out with a study that said 50% of companies want employees back in the office. So there's a disconnect between people and how they want to work and the physical environment and the office environment, and how do you draw people back to the office environment to collaborate with their peers. And so thinking about that space and how do you do that when you've got maybe a suburban office and they really want to be in more of a hub and spoke model, which is more of a suburban office. And so I think companies are really rethinking their footprint and rethinking the services and then rethinking the infrastructure that supports that physical environment. And that's really around AV and technology and concierge services.
I think we go back to a couple.
Okay.
One. Yeah.
Here we go. Yes. So Simon, in
One more.
adding on to that, how is technology supporting the change in the space?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of macro topics that I want to talk about briefly, which really all sort of play into the current environment. Seeing a consolidation of technology, and we're seeing organizations that I believe that are going to really impact the market from a work perspective that may not have played in that space before. When I think of companies like Salesforce and Google and Microsoft, companies that have just a tremendous amount of data about the intricacies of how we work, how we relate, who's connected to whom, how often do we meet. We look at a Slack channel and understand how long a conversation is going. I think there are companies that are really going to push the envelope in terms of the future of work, and obviously impacting all of us in terms of when, why, how we use space. So, that consolidation I think is going to happen, and it's going to be an attractive market for companies that traditionally haven't played in that space. The biggest drive I think for everything, to Colette's point, is really the changing mindset. Yes, CEOs and the Elon Musks of the world may say, thou shalt come back to the office. Most people don't want to, at least they don't want to come in 5 days a week. So I think the power dynamic has changed, that employees are now really more focused on, being able to build a schedule around what their life contains and the type of work they're trying to do. I don't know many people now, and I was chatting with some friends in New York a couple of weeks ago, that would commute in to do an 8 o'clock call that was a conference call, right? Most people aren't doing those things in the office anymore, they're going to do it from home. And I think people are really looking at how technology can enable them to have a smoother work-life balance. And I think that's really going to impact organizations that are trying to support and attract the right talent. We're definitely seeing more and more solutions in the market. It's amazing for me, like we work in a relatively small space of corporate real estate and IT and FM. The conferences that we go to would probably be half of this one building. So when you think of wandering around aimlessly hours in the north building and then here, right, just the amount of technology that is helping people with these changes, I think is going to be incredibly impactful. And I think we're also seeing a growing ecosystem of products. So we're seeing products that before may have been aimed at one distinct market. So let's say technology aimed at landlords and aimed at supporting tenants, that now has an equal applicability to a corporate occupier. And especially when you think of things like conferencing technology and technologies that help you work better and help you work in a more remote and also in a more asynchronous way. And then I think finally, from a technology standpoint, we've certainly seen in our space a lot of tactical solutions. And what I mean by that is things that were addressing specific problems. The most prominent, I would say, being technologies around booking a desk and tracking social distancing, right? Those things are forefront still of people's minds about how relevant are they going forwards. I'm seeing people invest a lot of money in technology in the sensor space, as an example, that I don't necessarily believe they're going to need in a year and a half, 2 years' time. But there's a real push for understanding how many people are coming back, when are people coming in, and that's really, I think, pushing sort of the mindset of change and people investing in technology to help support and understand the new dynamics of work as we go forwards.
Cassie, to you. How can companies build a working environment to keep and attract good employees?
So Simon already touched on this, but people want both human connection and flexibility to work from home. And when you're thinking about which employees those are, the first thing you do is identify those. Who do we want to work for us? How do we attract those types of individuals with their own preferences? Because quite frankly, employees will leave to get more flexibility. They will leave if they're working from home and need to see people. That is, we've seen tons of movement lately based around hybrid models. And just like Simon said, I mean, if you have a conference call, you can expect at least 1 or 2 people to show up from home, video on, video off. It's totally flexible in today's world, and that's not going away. So the first step, identify who you want to participate and your clients. If they're planning their space, who do they want to show up? Who do they want to keep? Who are they investing in? And then you build a working environment around keeping them. So up here, you'll see different categories for profile mixes. Some are in-office heavy, in-office medium, in-office light, and remote heavy. So one thing I would suggest that your clients do when planning a space, and especially if they're coming to you as an audiovisual integrator and they need assistance in planning, first identify which one of these categories the company relies, where they are. Because without knowing that, you can't plan a space. You could have the same exact square footage, the building could be exactly the same floor, but you're gonna build it differently depending on these models. Yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
Adding on to that, how are companies planning for more collaborative and inclusive space?
So Simon touched on a couple of these. One thing that we've seen recently are occupancy sensors. So the importance of the occupancy sensors, let's say a company builds meeting spaces with 3 large conference rooms and 2 small huddle rooms. With the occupancy sensor readings, they can tell you that, let's say conference room A is used 95% of the time, but they only have 3 users. Let's say conference room B doesn't get used at all, and conference room C has a monthly board meeting. With that data, you can then analyze for your new space, hey, we only really need 1 large conference room, but because we're having so many meetings with 3 or less users, why don't we transform those into huddle spaces? Which of course you have different technology for large conference rooms than you would huddle spaces, right? So it affects the speakers, the microphones, the cameras. So that's one way. We've also seen a lot of open office. So with open office, it comes a whole new environment for requiring sound masking. 10 years ago, a lot of people were in offices or sharing offices, and you don't really see that anymore. Especially with certain groups in open office, it can get really loud. So, you take a sales group like mine and you put them in an open office, you have to have sound masking because we are all loud. So it definitely changes who is going where, certainly changes the technology and making it the most optimal. There's also remote monitoring. So IT directors are now able to remotely monitor and troubleshoot from their house. They don't have to be there to set up a meeting like they used to. They can receive proactive emails saying, hey, this display is down. Someone needs to go check that before the 12 o'clock meeting. So that's something that's different than it always has been. And then, of course, Simon touched on this as well, but the hoteling. Do people have permanent desks? Is that their own space, or are they checking in? Do they need scheduling panels for their rooms? This hybrid environment has changed quite a bit. So my biggest suggestion is when planning for your space, definitely engage with your audiovisual designers as soon as possible, because they can help guide you through the best scenario for your space. So.
I don't think that's the right slide. Simon, how do companies pivot from a pre-pandemic environment to meet the present-day hybrid requirements?
Yeah, I think, regardless of the technology that you're offering, deploying, supporting, looking for, these steps are equally valid. Whether it's an FM technology, specifically like a booking tool, whether it's something like a sensor technology that Cassie related to, whether it's AV technology. I think, as people are starting to transition back to an office-based environment, one of the first things that you need to look at is the maturity of the technology that you currently have in play, right? Does what you're trying to use now and the goals you're trying to achieve, can they be met with the existing technology? I'm seeing in our space a lot of inaccuracies and inconsistencies. You look at things like booking tools is a good example, right? And pre-pandemic, a lot of people didn't have those type of technologies in play. So post-pandemic, you really need to see is it creating the right behaviors. I know myself, I had a period of time, I live in Arizona, and I had about a month where I was having some work done. I always work from home anyway, but I decided to use a free service that was being provided by WeWork. And I booked a desk every single day. I think I went in twice in a month, right? So one of the things you look at from the maturity perspective is, does the technology meet the business process or the behavior you're trying to achieve? From my perspective, if somebody looked at the data, they'd be like, wow, Simon is using this space every day, he needs more space. The reality was Simon is booking a space every day because he knows that if I don't, then on the off chance that I want to use it, it's not available, right? So you need to look at sort of the capability of the technology to deliver the behaviors you're trying to afford. Cassie mentioned the point earlier about the design aspects of sensors, and I think they're critical, right? Understanding and using space better. If you want to attract people back into the office and they come in and they have a bad experience, then you're going to do nothing but put them off. The example I always use is actually if you think of an environment where, let's say I spend 2 or 3 hours a day on calls that need to be in a private environment. Well, if we have purpose-built phone booths or singular offices in our building, and it's a hybrid environment where anybody can use them, and every time I come in they're used, I'm not going to come into the office anymore. So technology can help you actually understand that utilization as well. And again, the behavior is supported by that, right? You're not putting in individualized phone booths with the intent that somebody's going to sit in there for 8 hours a day. They're supposed to be quick and easy to use for specific purposes. So that's sort of the maturity assessment side, looking at what you have versus what you're trying to achieve. The opportunity analysis is then looking and saying, well, are there capabilities in those technologies and tools that maybe in the past we haven't used, right? Maybe we've invested in some really high-end technology for a conference room that actually does support hybrid and asynchronous work, and we've just never used it. So looking at where those opportunities exist, and then from there developing a gap analysis. So to truly say, okay, based on the behavior we're trying to achieve, based on the technology we have, what is the gap, right? Where is there an area that we need to plug in and fill in? I think you also then need to look at, as you're coming back, what other pain points are there that exist. What information might we need, what reports might we need, how have things changed, and what can we identify as being pains that need to be addressed. I think then also looking at both availability and obviously the cost proposition of technologies. I love the proto boxes over there. I don't know if corporate real estate execs would invest in tons of those, to make the experience better of being able to interact with their employees. They might be very happy with a Zoom. A gentleman on the panel before us talked about, virtual reality headsets. I've got one at home. I would never use that on, more than a fun basis, just because they're clunky, they're annoying, and they don't give enough of a value, right? So you have to think about that, I think, as well. And then I think the other point that we need to think about from a roadmap perspective is the vision of what are you trying to achieve, and also the vision of, what is the business trying to do, right? If Elon Musk has his view that everybody has to work in the office at least 40 hours a week, his space is going to be very, very different and need to be very different than somebody who's going with, let's say, more of a hybrid model. He's in reality probably going to need more space, because those people that have to come in and work in a desk are still going to need collaborative space. Whereas a company that's going with a more of a hybrid approach, can actually likely reduce their real estate, reduce their spend, and in the same vein, increase the investment in the core assets that will bring people in. Having quality AV, quality experiences, being able to walk into a room and have everything set up is going to entice people back. And similarly, not having those things is going to discourage people from coming in. So, I think there are areas that really need to be focused on as we come back.
Simon, I just read a study the other day. Avicor did a study that the average time it takes for a meeting room meeting to start is currently 12 minutes.
Right.
And 10 years ago, I don't have the studies from 10 years ago, but I would guarantee that was about 20.
Yeah.
And so I know it's along the lines of exactly what you're saying. When we meet with clients, we say, what's most important to you? 90% of the time, they are telling us ease of use. How do we make it easier? How do we get it so a facility manager or an IT manager does not have to set up the meeting room, right?
Yeah,
and that's going to help attract people. They don't want to come in and wait for someone to set up their meeting. They want to come in and go, right?
Yeah, definitely seamless experience, and they want a consistent experience. If I'm in the office in Singapore, I need it to function the same way as if I'm in the office in London or New York, right? I don't want to have completely different tech, because as you say, you're potentially taking 25% of a meeting time just getting everything set up and ready, and then starting the actual substance of what you're trying to do. So.
They want consistency.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would say, offices, they're designed to be an enabler for people to be productive. And the tools that you use, technology, one of the biggest challenges in a survey that we had done amongst managers was the connectivity. So people want to work from home, but the connectivity in many cases doesn't support Zoom meetings, right? We've all kind of lived through the glitches and the freezes. But you have that also in an office environment, and technology also is an enabler for employees. So where they work, technology enables them. They could either work in a specific environment like home, or they can work in an office, or they can work somewhere else. Having them all come back into one place is more about collaboration. So should the floor plate change to really add more collaborative space? And I think that's where companies are really struggling with a bit. Even though they may recognize where people want to work and how often they want to work, managers are still going to bring teams together. And what days are they going to do that? And the planning, the space planning around that has changed dynamically for companies. And they really need technology to help them solve for that.
Colette, can you share with us what are some of the facility management trends driving the need for technology, and what are the biggest challenges in the implementations?
Yeah. So we tend to look at trends as obviously a leading indicator. And there are things that are happening within facilities, certainly within the last 2 years, that has changed things dramatically. We see trends in technology, in enablement. So how are people using technology, both from the standpoint of getting product done, but also enabling them to book space. And so the hybrid work is not new. I mean, we've been doing this for decades. It's just we had probably one of the largest pilots in history where all companies did it collectively together. So when companies say we couldn't do it when they were doing it 10 years ago, in fact, you could, and now technology is enabling that even more. But we're also seeing the occupant experience that comes along with that. It's employees. What kind of experience do they want? I think one of the big factors for organizations are, what is going to happen to their culture when they're allowing for different work environments, and how do they have a cohesive culture and bringing that together. And that's going to happen through services, it's going to happen through the environment and branding and management and leadership, right? Really working with their employees on what that culture is. But then there's also ESG, right? Being sustainable, being a good steward of the environment, and being focused on the energy use. And as we add more conference rooms, we're going to add more energy use, right? Especially around AV, and how do we do that in a really thoughtful manner. And then I would say digital transformation. Companies are trying to get smarter about the data that they have. Can they get to predictive analytics? Can they use AI, business intelligence, and can they take some of that information from sensors and glean insights and anomalies? And I think you're going to see certainly more data scientists coming out of college that are going to get picked up pretty quick. But this is really an area that's growing, certainly in facilities management. When you look at HR and facilities, those tend to be, at times, the top 2 expenses for companies, especially in technology. So having the insights around that to manage that and provide a space that employees are comfortable and productive in is going to be important.
Simon, what are some of the initial steps that teams can take to develop a technology roadmap?
Well, I mean, I think it really is. It's trying to understand sort of those business justifications, business needs, as we discussed earlier, and really, focusing your efforts on those things that matter most. One thing I would say as well is people need to start thinking about the future. I wish I had a chance to speak to the gentleman that was on the panel before, because he made an interesting point in talking sort of about metaverse and virtual reality, that he felt it was probably 10 years away. That surprised me, because a lot of people that I'm hearing from are talking, a lot more sort of, a 5-year path. But I think from a corporation perspective, regardless of what you do, if you have an office-based environment, you've got to think, I think, for the future about the next generation. That are going to be a lot more conscious about things like sustainability. They aren't necessarily going to want to have to travel in the way that, when I lived in the UK for a while, I was traveling 2 hours each way into London. Right, I have a 5-year-old at home. I know at some point in my life she's going to be like, "Hey, Dad, why did you get into your car, drive to a box to do what you could have done at home, all the while wearing a little tie and a suit on the way?" Right? Because I think life is changing, and I think people have to think about that from an employee perspective as they do plan technology for the future. I think the adoption on the metaverse side, outside of it being sort of a way to collaborate remotely, is really going to be driven by people, companies, and certainly younger generation from an ESG perspective. I struggle to think that in 5 years and certainly in 10 years that you will have an environment like this where people will fly from all over the world to attend an event. And again, I think more from the ESG side than from anything else, right? Just a different mindset of younger generation not wanting to sort of damage the planet the way that we have in the past.
Yeah, I think connecting individuals together through technology, and who better to do it than the folks here at InfoComm, really. So you're going to be enabling really the future work in what you do. How do you provide that synchronistic environment that is inclusive to employees when they're working with teams, no matter where they're working across the globe? Because having that diversity of thought and bringing more people in that aren't just in one physical location should add more value to an organization in the long run.
Thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate your expertise. I'm not seeing any audience questions, so I'm guessing maybe you're just tired. This is Friday. But before we end, I just want to ask from the three of you if you have any final words of wisdom, parting advice.
My suggestions, and I already mentioned this and I'll touch on it again, engage your audiovisual designers early in your process. When you decide we might move, that's soon enough, reach out. And my second piece of advice is when you're doing that, poll your employees. Ask them what type of environment do you need to thrive in your position and to get your work done as easily as possible and efficiently as possible. So ask them about their day-to-day. Ask them what would make their life easier. People want to have a say in their working environment. Give them that say.
Yeah, but I think that there needs to be a renewed focus on what you're actually trying to achieve for every corporation. You know, anytime I speak to somebody about the future of work and they talk about, oh yeah, we're a 3-day-a-week company, even to me, that is the wrong answer to the question, because you really should be enabling people to do the work they do best at the time they need to do that, right? And to establish, you know, technology to help you work in a collaborative way, technology to help you work asynchronously, as well as having phenomenal technology to help you collaborate when you're actually physically in the space. So being able to actually plan and understand the needs of varying teams, groups, departments, and companies to optimize every aspect of you know, the technology experience, the work experience, your capability to collaborate, your real estate costs, your ESG impacts, right? And I think people need to be a lot more deliberate in their thinking on that, as opposed to just saying, yeah, we're going hybrid, you're coming in 3 days a week, because I think we all know what's going to happen in that environment is that people are not going to come in on Monday and Friday. And my view is that I think there's a lot of talk right now about the Great Resignation. I don't think we've even seen that. I think what we're seeing right now is people realigning where they want to be with their own expectations. I think in 2 years' time, when some of the large companies that never touched on hybrid ways of working suddenly look at the bottom line and say, you know what, this hybrid thing didn't work, we haven't saved any money. When they start asking people to come back to the office 5 days a week who've had flexibility, you know, even if it's a 3-day a week, that's when you'll see people quit. I personally believe the reason that Tesla made this announcement that you have to be back in the office is they want to get rid of a decent proportion of their staff, but they don't want it to be directed from them. That's my view on it, for sure. So.
Yeah, I would say we've been talking a long time about having HR, IT, and facilities at the table. I just think the jobs are going to change in the future. I think companies are going to have to think about how they're providing that connectivity of employees, right? So are they going to have, now it's going to be AV or immersed technologies, and that's really going to be a new function, a new department within an organization that stands toe-to-toe with HR and IT. I think companies, orgs need to change. They've had chief sustainability officer, maybe it's time for a chief AV officer, immersed technology officer to enable that, work and culture and experience and all of those things coming together really happens with what we're seeing today. I mean, even with some of the amazing technologies at this event. So look forward to the changes. Exciting future.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, panelists. And thank you so much to all of you for joining us. We appreciate you and we appreciate your time.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Crystal.
everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
for
Crystal.
moderating.
Have a great rest of your day.
You.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome AVIXA's Samantha Powell and Ben Thomas.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Samantha Powell, as they said.
And I'm Ben Thomas. I am the host of Market Scales Pro AV today. And if you've had a chance over in the North Hall, we have also been hosting AVIXA TV over at the AVIXA Exchange booth. So if you've had a chance to watch that, we thank you for watching it. If you haven't, we're going to do some recaps from that today. So we're excited to show you some of the great things happening, not only at the show, but in Vegas as well. Sam?
Yeah, so hopefully you've put your feet up a little, maybe gotten a nap now and then, maybe not, but we're so happy that you guys are here at InfoComm, and we want to take a little time just to highlight some of the amazing things that we saw here this year. Let's take a look.
Really, InfoComm, I've been coming for the last 17 years, and it's really great to be in person. I mean, for 2 years, I've been talking to a computer screen.
You know, being in front of folks is the big difference. And, you know, coming to a show like this, seeing the integrators, seeing our manufacturer partners, reassuring everybody that AV is back is probably our most important thing.
Been coming to InfoComm for as long as there's been an InfoComm. It's our go-to event of the year. We're committed to 2023 already. We believe strongly in this event. We generate a ton of leads. We meet new partners. We meet new end clients.
Happy to be here at InfoComm 2022. This is a great opportunity for me to meet up with as many customers, press, influencers as possible.
That was fantastic.
All right, thanks again to our video team for putting that together. It's been a great show so far. We appreciate you guys sticking to the end of the show. It's been exciting to see everybody. Now, one of the questions that we got pretty repetitively over over the last week was, we've seen all these crazy, amazing things in Vegas. How in the world do they do that? One of the places that we get the most questions about is Resorts World. I'm sure that you guys have seen it over across the street right there. We actually had a chance to dive in and chat with our friends over at Corning about why the Resorts World property is the most connected property on the Las Vegas Strip. So let's roll that video.
We wanted to bring something to Vegas that the city hasn't seen. It's been almost 11 years since the property at this scale has opened on the Las Vegas Strip, and a lot has changed. Technology was really important. It was important to build an integrated property, and it was important to bring the culture that we've created overseas and bring that family atmosphere that this company's all about into Las Vegas, and kind of just go back to the good old days and make it all about the employees and the guests, and that's what we created here.
Our mission within Corning Optical Communications is to build connections so the world can make them. And in Resorts World, we had the opportunity to collaborate with a number of partners to build a state-of-the-art infrastructure that's optically based so that we know, no matter who walks in the doors of this facility, that they are going to be connected. And when people connect, great things happen.
The guests, what they can look forward to when they come in here, again, is a true integrated property. We wanted to be the best in class in everything we did. So from our entertainment theater, to the acts in the theater, to our convention space, to our nightlife, to our pool experience, the spa, room accommodations. It was all about being the best at everything that we possibly did. At the same time, catering to an array of customers, from high-level customers to mid-level customers, and we've succeeded with that.
That was so
Still going.
cool. I know. So cool.
With Corning, when we first start consulting with a customer, we ask them what they want to achieve in their space. What's the guest experience? What's that user experience? What can we bring to the table that will bring it to life? With over 3,500 rooms at the property, a gaming floor, and an integrated technology experience, we had to really start with providing key services out to the guest. That included TV, phones, Wi-Fi, as well as a full control and integrated technology experience at the guest room. Traditional networks typically focus on a one-to-one approach, one cable per one application. Fiber to the room allows you to take one flexible cable down to your guest room, down to the edge of your network, with both bandwidth and power enabled.
The Resourceful project required a strong partnership with our technology backbone manufacturer, which Corning did an exemplary job of assisting with design, providing direction, product planning, and also solutions.
We're here as a partnership. We were here to design the network. We were here to help with the install. And we came in to actually train the staff after it was open so that they can efficiently run their networks.
One of the most amazing parts of working on a project like this was seeing it all come together. When we started to see technology really come to life at the end of the day, bringing together that user experience and that employee experience and really empowering people to enjoy their stay here, it made it all worthwhile.
Well, that was fantastic. So really glad that we could share that with you guys here today. One of the things that I really enjoyed talking to and with our panelists today on our show, there was a lot of discussions about AV installations. And one of the things that piqued my interest a lot were a lot of those non-traditional experiences. We talked a lot about the Illuminarium. I'm not sure how many of you were able to take that tour. I unfortunately didn't get to. I was here with Ben the whole week, but that's something I'm definitely going to go and take a look at. But you know, just hearing about all of the immersive AV that goes into these attractions, you know, so I found that really interesting, and definitely going to continue to check out those products while we're still here. Also, we were able to talk with some of our AVIXA Foundation scholars. So if you're not familiar with that program, every year, AVIXA Foundation gives thousands of dollars to emerging individuals and students who are interested in entering the AV world. So it's a way that we can help to make our industry a little bit diverse and a little bit more diverse and inclusive by reaching out to some underrepresented communities. So if you know of any, you know, emerging leaders or students that want to apply, we are still taking scholarship application, and that's going through July 31st.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Sam. You know, one of the great things about being in AV is that we get to make digital connections, not only with others, but with other technologies. And sometimes we forget that physical connections exist. What do I mean by that? Not necessarily human connections, but if you have seen this massive hall and the super long walk across to the other side of the North Hall, you probably wish that you could take a ride over there. Well, I'm sure that most of you probably already know at this point if you've been here for a few days, but the Boring Company has actually created what's called the Vegas Loop. And we had a chance actually to go behind the scenes and bring some of our favorite people into the car with us and ask them a few of our favorite questions. So let's play that video.
Take a look.
Hi everyone, I'm here with Allison with Phillips. Allison, are you ready to take the Tesla Trivia Challenge? Girl, yeah. Let's go ahead and do this. Yes. Okay, let's go. Come on. Impersonators of which famous entertainer are often requested to officiate weddings in Las Vegas? Oh, Elvis. Correct. There are 3 professional sports teams in Las Vegas. Can you name them? 1 point for each answer.
The Oakland Raiders.
Or what used to be the Oakland Raiders, but it's the Las Vegas Raiders.
1 point.
They have a hockey team. Don't know. Golden Knights?
Yes.
Oh my God, I know something.
Yeah. What famous boxer made a cameo in the movie The Hangover?
Oh, Mike Tyson.
Correct. In a standard game of blackjack, the dealer must stay when they reach what number or above?
16 or 17.
17. Correct. What type of ion battery is powering the car we're in right now?
An expensive one.
The MSG Sphere is one of the newest venues in Las Vegas.
Yes.
What does MSG stand for?
Massive signage. Giant.
We would love that. Madison Square Garden.
Okay.
What major sports event is set to host portions of the Las Vegas Strip in November 2023?
F1?
Correct. How many members of the Rat Pack can you name? 1 point for each answer.
Sammy Davis Jr.
Correct.
Martin Lewis? Steve Martin.
How many gallons of water are filtered through the Bellagio fountains every day? 500,000, 5 million, or 50 million?
5 million.
Correct.
Well, that was really entertaining. What you all missed, which was even more entertaining, was trying to see Ben try to squeeze in that third seat, that third row.
That is true. Didn't work.
Happen. So, but it was such a great time. I didn't get as many steps this year because I used a Tesla. So it's a give and a take, but the Tesla loop and the Las Vegas loop, it was absolutely amazing. So I hope you all got a chance to experience that, or go ahead and do that before you leave.
Yeah, it's just right outside. You'll see, follow the signs, Vegas Loop. I love when the show's in Vegas. So every other year I get a chance to come out and see all of my peers and have maybe a little bit too much fun. But one of my actual favorite things to do is to go to see a show. We work in an AV community, so why not go see AV on practical display? And my favorite show that I've seen is a Cirque show called Ka, and they were generous enough to give me behind the scenes access, which was an absolute mistake. And we decided to create a segment called BenfoCom because it was pretty weird, but it was a good time. So let's take a look at that. Standing right now in what's called the Wheel of Death, which is terrifying. But this is Ka Theater here at the MGM Grand. Ka has been so generous and allowed us to go behind the scenes at the show and take a look at what makes the show tick. The depths, the bowels of the venue.
Well, we're not going to the pit.
Oh, we're not going to the pit. We're not going to the deepest bowel, but we're going to bowl number 2. That was not, what was that? That was a weird thing I just said. It's just giant plumes of fire and a lot of fire in the show. A lot of flame balls. This is my wardrobe department. Yeah.
During the show, this entire structure goes down 16.5 feet.
Wow.
I am the lighting and special effects supervisor for Ka here. Anything that emits light or blows up, catches on fire, or smokes falls into my realm.
So naturally I have to ask, have you burned the place down yet?
No, I have not. It's still here, we're still good, everything's safe.
Well, Donald, what's been your favorite thing so far about working on this show?
Just the epic scale of this show. You know, you're never ever gonna see anything like this ever again. I mean, it is massive.
And now I'm joined by Lindsay, one of the people that you actually get to see on stage doing all the cool stuff that people like me and all the tech people around the world really wish we could do, but can't.
I started back in October 2013, so it's been about 8.5 years, and I loved every minute of it.
Do you have to dive into the giant airbag below the stage?
We do fall into that airbag quite a bit throughout the show, but a cool little fact about that is it's the biggest airbag in the entire world, and so you won't see that anywhere else. It's something here that's very unique.
That was incredible to see backstage and what makes a Cirque show tick. thanks again so much to the team at CA and CERC and the MGM Grand for letting us go behind the scenes. Thank you guys for watching, and I hope you've had a great InfoComm. Yeah, that was one of 3 episodes we did.
Did you go into that big beanbag?
I tried. They wouldn't let me because they were preset for a show. That was their excuse.
Okay.
But if you missed any episodes, you can watch them on the AVIXA Exchange. Speaking of the AVIXA Exchange, Sam, shameless plug. Tell us about the
Shameless
exchange.
plug. Well, if you didn't have a chance to see our show or even go over to the booth, the AVIXA Exchange booth, you definitely want to check it out online. You can go to exchange.avixa.org. And really what it is, it's the digital manifestation of everything that you're doing and seeing here. So granted, this show is almost over, but why stop all of those, that networking and sharing thought and leadership and ideas, checking out new products. You can do all of that on the exchange. So we definitely want you to go and check that out, continue these conversations, and it's global. So we want you to go ahead and make a profile, and I think it's going to be a great opportunity for you just to continue to expand your businesses and just sharing the products that you love and learning more about any and everything in the AV industry.
Yeah, we can't wait. Speaking of the exchange, obviously the digital side of meeting everybody is great, but we can't wait to see everybody back in person again next year for InfoComm in Orlando, Florida. If you haven't had a chance to check it out on the East Coast, it's the show has a little bit of a different vibe, but I think a good one.
Correct, and that's going to be taking place June 10th through the 16th. So you may want to go ahead and book your airline tickets, because if you haven't checked, they're going up real fast. So.
Hey, thanks again, everybody. We appreciate you guys, especially everybody watching online right now. I'll leave you guys with this. AV has never been in a place where we have the opportunity as much as we do today to serve our communities and serve our end users. So if we are failing our end users, if we're failing our communities, then we're failing as manufacturers. So again, want to take a chance to encourage you guys, be part of the community, be part of the exchange, be part of AV Tweeps, because it's a great way to stay interactive and plugged in throughout the rest of the year. But look, it's been a great show. It's been an honor to host AVIXA Exchange with Sam here. Sam, any final words?
Just to go off of what Ben said, we've really enjoyed being here and hosting the show, and just being able to engage with everyone in the industry. And we can't wait to see you all back here. Well, not here, but in Florida next year. So thank you all
Awesome.
again.
Thank you guys very much for coming. Have a great show. Well, the show's over.
Oh yeah,
Basically.
go home.
Go, get out of here.
Take care.